Conductor. Well, my ping's even higher. What the fuck? Bro. But mine is at 200, bro. It doesn't even make sense. Like quick match, dude.
Yeah, how are your quick match games? How are your quick match games?
Pretty good,
you know?
actually.
For the last, what, 2 hours now? How are your quick match games,
2 hours? Relax, man.
2 hours.
Relax.
Yep, you heard me. 2 hours. 2 hours.
An hour and a half.
You yelled at, dude. Holy.
I'm gonna yell at you.
You can't even be your own person, dude.
You started mid.
You agreed to play with us. Is not here.
I'm here.
To play with us when we're playing.
Here.
No, oh, now you're here. Now when I was literally gonna end my stream because I was like, you know what? There's only so many games I can play and die to a blind man. Let's just end it here. But now you're here.
How many times could that possibly have happened in an hour and a half, dude?
It happened enough time.
What?
It happened enough time. No, it happened twice. I died twice to him in that game.
Listen. So the blind man, the moment he spots you, you have 1 second to move out of the way before he kills you. Okay? Okay, he's gonna shoot where exactly he marked you. He's gonna shoot. He's not gonna move it. So if you talk, you just move back a little bit or move forward a little bit or duck, and he's gonna miss. That's what I was doing with jumping. Like he was marking me while I was jumping. So because I was high when I went down.
Because I was high.
Because I got.
Let me share the 200 streak again. God damn. Anyways, well. Oh Lord. Oh,
so,
you okay?
Oh, look at that. A station. Manu joins, and now we're gonna get the hits. The difficult stuff. Now we get the difficult stuff.
It's level
1,
wait,
we
bro.
we lost our walkie-talkie. Yeah. Level 1.
Obviously.
No, I wanted my walkie-talkie.
Is that a Balloon Boy?
What the hell was that?
Balloon Boy?
I hate that, bro. I've never heard.
Or no, that was the fucking Enderman. That was the Enderman.
The laughing kid?
Yeah.
Oh, that bitch.
I have never heard them. I have never.
Oh, just look away. Just look away. It's over there, by the way. It's over there.
That's a great indicator of where it is.
It's where I was here. Oh, I can't. How am I supposed to tell you? It's literally right on the side of me, the left side.
It's fine. It's no longer there. It's no longer there. Fine.
No need to yell.
Fuck you. Oh my fucking god, it's back. I hate this game. Oh.
Oh my god, bro.
We can put it on the cart.
No, that would be too much. Can someone help me move it to the cart then?
Put it there.
Do you want to put standing upright or laying down?
No. Just
tipped over?
okay. Like that. Leave it like that.
Okay.
Besides, we already have 17,000.
Yeah, I already have enough.
We don't really have to keep exploring.
I'm sorry. Why does Mabu look like a pimp?
I look like a pimp?
Wannabe. A pimp wannabe. One shoe.
Bro.
The fucking golden whatever. Is that supposed to be?
I'm actually like
a grill.
I'm like a washed up record executive.
This is a pimp named Slickback, okay? Put respect.
The other glasses.
only dies when he wants to die, right? So he must have wanted to die.
Should we go? Should we go?
Yeah, I guess so.
The child.
See. Bro, why did you run? What are you running into,
Sorry,
dude?
I wasn't. I'm sorry, the child. It's so annoying. I'm looking down, but then it's still getting me. Oh my god. We're just laughing, and then he's dead. Opens the door and dies.
B.
Oh, we escaped, guys. Oh, and we got one of the boxes. Nice.
Let's go.
But that was the funniest shit in the world. We're talking about how man was just like a pimp.
And then fucking T got fucking pimp slapped, bro. Holy.
I thought that was you. I thought it was actually you, man. All I hear was
Oh, yo,
thing
pimp
is-
outfit getting even better now, bro. Holy.
Oh no.
I
We got the
eyebrows?
we got the eyebrows, bro.
I was gonna turn around, but the freaking door freaking stopped me for a little bit. And then I hit someone and she got me in time.
That was
Oh,
mad
I
mood.
can't
You
have
hit mad
both.
mood.
Freaking, then I bumped into someone, bro. I was like, oh shit.
Oh, I wish I could have both.
Both of what?
The eyebrows and
Glasses?
the piercings.
Oh no, you can only have one. That makes sense because they're both
Oh.
eyebrow area.
What if I want the piercings on the eyebrows, bro? Even though they don't line up.
I don't know. I think the piercing. Oh no! Now you just look mad.
Oh.
Oh. Inski 122.
All right. What can we afford?
8K. 6K crystal. So I got
Do you guys want a stun gun?
It's a trank gun, bro.
no.
It's the same shit.
No, it's not.
Also, what the fuck?
Yes, it is. What does it do? Does it put people like? Does it put people to sleep? Does it put stun them? It's the same shit. This like saying a pistol and and a shotgun. It's not the same thing, but it still kills someone. You know, it has the same function.
What'd you get, T? Something for your face?
What was that?
Why do you want to know?
I'm just curious. What the fuck? I'm just curious. Like, goddamn. Girl can't be curious.
No.
Nah, you're too curious. Way too much. Way too much curiosity.
Too much curiosity, dude.
Look at that. We're traveling.
T, take the string.
But does this mean we're in like a farm area more or less?
We're in a
Are
wooded
those-
area.
Or are those like woods? Yeah, there's
It's
woods.
just trees. Yeah, it's just trees.
Those are woods, bro. Those are deep
Bro, what
woods.
kind of road has like a giant fence around the woods?
Take your stamina.
It straight up
Take your
has
strength,
doors to the woods. It has
your
doors
strength,
to the
Pete.
woods.
Take your strength.
Why do I want this?
Just take your strength.
So why don't we take it? Why don't we take it?
Take your strength. You're the only one who hasn't gotten something. Take your strength.
Get it. It's fine. It's fine.
Take your
it.
strength.
It's fine.
Take your strength, T. Tank your strength.
Alright, I'm taking this strength.
God
He
damn it.
doesn't want it.
God damn
Bro,
it.
I'm telling you, it's fine, Rax.
God
Why you
damn.
gotta keep pushing it?
God damn it. God damn it, guys. This is what I deal with on a day-to-day
Roxy,
basis.
just take no for an
I
answer,
told you
dude.
it's fine. I
No
literally
means
said,
no,
hey, I
This is
Roxy.
what
won,
I
it's fine.
deal. This is what I
No
deal
means
with.
no.
That's what I deal with.
Friggin', see, this is what I'm telling you guys. You know, Roxy doesn't accept no for an answer, especially from me. Like Roxy, my opinion doesn't really matter.
Guys, hello? Hello?
She's not even listening to you, bro.
You walked in a completely different direction than I was. I couldn't, like, you know, the in-game chat only goes so far. He.
Is that perception check?
Oh, I thought that was. Oh.
Yeah, the next extraction point is like right here.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, there's the head guy, the head monster with the bunch of heads that he throws his bombs and shit. And the balloon boy. We should go do this first one because the second one's right here. Don't just wait, just put it on the second one. Put it on the second one. Put it on the second. Right here. Literally right here, bro.
Over here?
You.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
Here we go again. Dun, 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 dun,
You didn't have to
again.
follow me, you know that, right?
I know. I just wanted to make sure I know where you
And go
guys
put
are.
the poop on the other
Also,
one. Go put
there's
the
a
poop on
golden
the...
piece of shit.
I know. I'm telling you to go put it on the other one.
Yeah, but we also need the rest of this shit too.
That's what I'm doing.
You want it to be hot? You want to have a Oh.
Why am I not surprised? Oh, this shit heavy, bro. Oh, that's some heavy shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. It's a dragon it.
Go bring the car, Roxy. Bring the car.
Oh, I left it behind. We
Please
leave the
bring.
cart? Oh.
Get it.
Oh, that's
Oh.
tough. It's under the cart now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
It's okay.
I
It
didn't
wasn't
know
worth
you
that.
were there. I thought you guys were still in the room.
Guys, we first has to put this there.
Yeah, yeah.
Do I have to bring it in more for the poop?
Yeah, ideally. The heavy one.
I'm pretty sure we can lift it over the thing.
Okay, we're already here, bro.
Poop, poop. Poop. Ah!
Yeah, it's kind of stuck like that. Oh, oh. Whoa, 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 dude.
I can't. Sorry. Oh my god. Guys.
Yeah, Loki, it's like perfectly wedged in there now. It's kind of like you can't even move this shit, bro. Push it.
Well,
Okay, okay. All right, that's good enough.
The balloons might get popped. Oh,
What's the sacrifice we have to make? I can't see.
okay, you can drop it. It's technically in the cart. I don't know how.
I think that's everything.
Yep.
All right. Oh. Oh.
Okay.
Can you see?
No, I can't see in front of me. The big poop. Oh my god, this poop is going to get me killed. Oh, there's another balloon now.
You're good. You're good. Just go a little bit to the right, and you're good. Oh, okay.
There's a
Oh,
balloon.
yeah, you gotta go to like the left side of this thing, this little doorway. Straight, oh, straight. Oh no, it's behind you.
Okay, grab the other poop. Put it on.
Gotta do them at the same time.
Oh, okay, you guys. I don't
Why
think
are
T
you
can lift that.
Why are you holding it? Okay. Push the cart. Push the cart. Push the cart. Right there.
go, let's go, let's go.
Let's
We made
go,
it.
let's go,
Holy
let's
shit.
go.
We got a coin too.
Look at us go.
God damn, that's some disgusting time it is right now.
Oh, 46.
Yep. Luckily, I have no work tomorrow. Oh shit, who the fuck put this down?
Bro, I swear I already have this shit.
It might be on the other arm. New arm left.
This is the same arm. Oh, no, it's not. Okay.
What the fuck? It's always the other arm, dude.
No, I already have 2 in the
I
other
got
one.
blue.
It gave me 2 in the right arm the first time. So I finally got a left arm. Are you good, bro? You getting your ass beat? What the fuck?
Well, I didn't know what I do. I didn't know what I did.
Where did the thing I just got?
What are you talking about?
I tried putting down. Oh, there. Print speed. What's the tumble launch? Isn't that something that we want? Tumble launch?
I don't know. Does anybody use it?
Can't remember if that was something good.
We're not built like Sensen, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's busy playing Rivals. Does anyone need help? No. $12K left. The thing where you can throw yourself, I think. Oh.
Yeah, that's what a tumble launch. Yeah, yeah. When you press the
Shh.
Q whatever tumble button.
T. Here, eat this. You can have the tumble. I don't know.
I don't want it.
I don't want it either.
Why did you buy it?
I thought I remember Tencent saying it's really good. Oh, T, you didn't take the stamina.
I remember saying we're not built like Sensen.
Oh. T, don't forget the stamina. Stamina, T, stamina. Take this fucking stamina.
I wanted to give it to Magnum.
Okay, I'll
Never
take it.
got one.
I'll take it if you insist.
Oh my god.
I don't need stuff, okay? I don't need it.
He just needs to hide, bro.
Yeah.
Can you
I
like
survive.
relax, dude? Oh my god, bro.
I was moving it back because you said you wanted.
Yeah, I don't know why you moved it up that far in the first place.
Can someone help me with the chainsaw?
No. Just take it a point. That's it. Don't put it in the. But I found that man's favorite toy.
Oh, the calculator. Yo, I don't think he needs that, bro. He's up, bro.
The calculator? Favorite toy? No fucking asshole.
I moved on to
That man,
spreadsheets,
don't
bro.
worry. I still think you're very much human.
That man, am I wrong? You tell me if I'm wrong. You know. Oh, this can open.
The doors? Yeah, bro.
I didn't know.
Yeah, you can get in the. Oh,
Oh,
I
oops.
overshot that by a lot. I
Just
think
open the door with the freaking bonsai.
Calculator is not my favorite toy. Ah! What the fuck? Why would you do that? You have purpose too, you asshole! Fuck you! Fuck you! Keep T locked in there. What the fuck? What the fuck?
I didn't do anything. That was Mad Moon.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck you, Mamoon. Fuck you. Fuck you. Stay there. Stay pinned. Stay there.
Oh
You
man,
asshole.
you guys are funny. Where's my team? Surely they're not still in that one room, right? Surely they're not still fighting in this room, right? What the fuck are you guys doing? I still didn't realize that there's like, you know, bigger fish to fry in this world. What the fuck is happening in there, bro? Like it's just two different gameplays, you know? Like a whole other game in that fucking stream, bro.
Look, I'm trying to get in. Look, I'm trying to get in.
What the fuck are we doing, bro? Oh shit. Why did he move like that, bro? Why did he move like that? Scared me, bro. What the fuck are you guys doing? What the actual fuck are you guys doing? Actually, you know what? Just stay in there. I'll finish level myself. Jesus Christ, man.
Mamoon, we're here. Don't leave
Oh.
me. Oh,
Whoopsies.
you took a picture too.
You get the jackhammer?
What jackhammer? Where?
And what jackhammer, bro?
What the fuck?
Listen, we were doing some thinking in there, you know, some thinking.
And what did we think? What did we think of?
We were trapped there by a freaking monster was going around.
Yeah, I know that there was a monster, bro. There's 3 other monsters on this map. You know that, right?
I know.
Guys, I don't know where.
Bro.
Look at the map.
Bro, what do you mean look at the map, bro? I seen the monsters already.
No, I mean Roxy. She says she doesn't
Oh.
know where she's going. Look at the map.
Hold on. Don't worry, I'm coming back. All right, let's
Let's come back.
put that shit in. Put that shit in.
Oh, okay.
Alright, there's a clown, there's a tick, and there's that fucking skull motherfucker, whatever the fuck that is.
Tick? Skullma? Oh, the ones that wear your face. They'll kill you and wear your face.
The guy that was harassing you, bro.
Yeah, yeah. It'll kill you and wear your face.
Yeah.
And there's a clown. Great. Hey, one more. Let's do one more. But that tick is so annoying. Where's Steve?
Probably hiding.
Dude, that jackhammer fit perfectly though.
You would think that, like, maybe we could have explored, like, one extra room than the one that I left you at, but no, right where I left you.
Oh, oh fuck no. What the fuck? What do you guys take us for? What do you take us for?
That's what I'm saying, man. That's what you couldn't imagine my confusion when you guys were just in one room for, like, 2 minutes, and I'm like, yo.
Oh!
What was that, the door?
Mother. Bro, he did 6,000 damage.
6,000 damage. What did he break?
I have no idea. I'm assuming he just hit the money. That's my assumption.
Did he hit the money? Oh, he
think
broke
he
the
did.
things we put. He broke the 2 things we put in there. The fucking fuel rod things.
Oh, he's on the other side.
Huh? Why is this cart drifting, bro? What the hell?
Oh, he's
Yep,
coming
Maven.
with something. Maven.
$18,000.
I'm assuming it's at the end of this, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Look at the chainsaw.
There's a fucking chainsaw. No, 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 over here. Or I'm gonna grab the chainsaw.
To that man, bro. We getting you this PC. This is for you, bro. This one's for you.
Which one's for who?
We got
This one's for
a couple sticks of RAM in here. Get you a nice GPU, that man. This one's
That man. It's for that man.
Yeah.
Fucking asshole.
you got like 4 hard drives. Holy, bro.
Someone come help move the glass thing. Lemon, the glass thing.
Yeah, my PC's coming together very nicely.
Oh, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Sorry, T. Okay, let's move this. $8,000. What the fuck? This is nothing for how big it is. You give me 8,000, bitch.
This is for a human skeleton.
I know, right?
Encased
You
in
can't put it on
glass.
point because it'll trigger it.
Uh,
It probably
no,
wasn't.
no,
it
it
probably
won't.
was 10,000.
Can you do math, dude?
The-
It won't trigger it. Oh, well, that's crazy, dude. It's definitely won't trigger it
Oh.
now.
Now it won't trigger it, but it would have at 8,000.
No, it wouldn't have
400.
because it was not high enough to get that
Literally
last
a couple
40
dollars.
extra dollars.
Oh yeah. Okay.
W math.
Oh.
Yo, chill.
Okay, push it in. Go in.
You ready? Oh fuck, we missed like 3 things, bro. No way.
Doesn't matter.
There's something behind this door.
Yep. Small thing.
Oh, whatever, okay.
This way.
Hmm.
Hmm.
He sees you?
Yep.
Oh, never mind, he's gone. Good luck, Roxy.
Holy fuck. Where's is he there?
Where do you think he is, dude?
I've never gotten a pink coin before.
Dude, you guys hesitate too much.
I wasn't hesitating, bro. I was just fucking trying not to
Like,
die.
I for it. Like, I went above the freaking table.
Oh my god, this guy.
Just went by him.
What do you got?
Bro.
What is that?
Bro, what is that? What even is that, bro? I just got left arm wear.
It really likes to give you left armor specifically. I have a body wear top. Oh.
What is this?
A go-kart?
No, my
Oh,
freaking,
no.
well, what? The thing that I got. This upgrade.
How do you go look at oh customize? Body wear.
Like, what is this even supposed to be? I mean, it looks kind of cool.
I don't
guess.
fucking know what the fuck this is, but okay. Wait, I wanna just leave it on. I've got 2 arms.
I want to see what it does.
Guys,
What
look!
does it do?
Look what I put on me.
What does the roll staff do?
It makes things
It
roll.
punishes. Oh, roll stuff? Yeah, it's like the rolling cube thing. The rolling.
So basically, if you hit
board.
someone with
really?
something, they'll go like they'll start
They'll just
doing
roll.
and flips and shit. You know?
Oh, okay.
Like it's this, yeah. This roll drone.
Okay, cool.
It's the exact same thing as the roll drone. Instead, you can use on people.
All right, $64,000, guys. What are we gonna get? What are we gonna get from Walmart?
From Walmart.
Yeah, this Walmart, right? Looks like Walmart. Looks like a Walmart
Looks like
restroom, I
Walmart.
guess.
Oh my god. Why do I have a roll drone on me?
I don't know. You want a freaking defibrillator?
To bring someone back alive?
Mm.
Costs 48,000?
Never mind. Never
What
mind.
the
Nobody's
fuck?
life is worth that much.
Yeah.
I mean, Rocky's life is worth that much. What do you mean?
In this game,
In this economy?
I thought we were trying to finish the level, bro.
What the fuck?
Are you good, dude?
No, he put the rolling thing on me.
You calm down.
And then he goes and hides in his little corner. Because he knows he's been a bad boy. Wait, I was gonna get this. Yeah, bad boy stay in corner. It's cheaper to die at that point.
Wait, did you just say bad boy stay in a corner?
Yeah, the allegations are never getting beat, bro.
Oh, God.
Allegations.
Hey, bro, she just told you to stay in the corner like a good boy, bro. I don't know.
No, I said bad boy stay in the corner.
Yeah, same
Oh my God,
difference.
bro.
Same difference, bro. Either way, he's not being treated like a human. Okay, there's two upgrades here.
Human.
Anybody want
It's
them?
just that he's a child.
Okay, what exactly are the allegations? I'm still confused.
Yeah, what are the allegations that were?
Listen, man. The allegations
what
are
that
the
meant? That meant
that you have
redeem
no
the
free
tea
will
is
in this
not okay.
dynamic.
Redeem it. Redeem the tea is not okay.
Yo. Does this mean the freaking Roxy freaking followers have freaking allegations of me? That's crazy. No. No.
Yeah, it's a whole section in the document, bro.
Oh, hell no.
Actions
Oh, hell
towards
no.
T. It's like a majority of the document, actually.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, do you want the stamina or no? What's going on here?
No, that's fine. You take it. Or Roxy, take it. One of you to take it.
No.
Why do you have a computer on you, bro?
Yo,
This is
one of
what I
you
got.
guys understand.
You got a computer on you? Does it help you live?
You got a bitch. What the fuck did you get? What is that left arm thing? Hmm?
Yeah, I mean,
What is it?
some normal shit. Just another left arm thing. The fuck, you got a whole ass
Right?
computer, bro.
I got a whole other computer, guys. I'm a
I'll say
cyborg now.
this. Marvin like told me something I did not expect from freaking Roxy's followers.
What?
There's a
That
finger
they
here.
have- There's a
They
finger?
have a
Where?
certain,
What?
That they have a certain point of view of me.
Oh, an actual finger.
Why would I?
Hey,
What?
who wants to help me move it? 45,000? Okay, let's just get the first point, I guess, guys.
40,000?
40,000 now.
Why did you let go, T?
Guys, can we all list?
we need everybody for
this.
this one, dude. The big finger.
Oh,
Um.
okay. Why is it purple then? Wait. Can I let it go and you guys hold it up? I'm gonna let it go, okay? I
Me-
can't grab it.
Can you go up the stairs? Finally. Jesus.
I was trying to grab it.
You have it from that side, and you're like down the stairs. It's not. That's not how physics works.
Nah, put it in there.
Okay. Well, you just got a finger, guys.
You just got a
we're
finger,
fingering
guys.
this
Hey
game.
yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo.
Yeah, the allegations. Those allegations are yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole document, bro. There's a lot of allegations.
Yeah.
I don't like that half of it is me. I don't like it.
It's me.
What did I do to deserve this kind of treatment?
Chill. Why are you still walking, bro?
Oh, I didn't know you were talking to me.
Who else would I be talking to? Oh my god.
I thought you might have
Guys.
gotten into a monster.
Guys, hi. Guys.
Who is that?
The alien.
The alien.
At first, I
I
thought
can't move.
T broke this, the hourglass thing, but then I was like, oh wait, no.
Go small,
it's
go
right
small,
there.
go small, go small.
There we go.
The head? It's the head? Head monster? I don't know if he's coming. Yeah, he's coming. How? Oh my god. Fuck. I ran out of stamina. Oh. I guess we watch now.
Oh, Edmund is dead.
Alright, guys. Alright, let's see how fast they can do this.
Hey, Edmund.
Hello.
You doing okay?
What is just worried about me, bro.
What's up, T?
So, I don't like the head this time. There's no hardly any places to hide.
Okay, I guess we have to just go down the hall. Oh shit, went down the other.
They didn't even go down the same hallway, bro. Alright, okay.
Did you find the other one?
No. But you leave the card over there?
Yeah.
Why?
I didn't realize you went this way.
W coordination.
There's a love potion.
I can't help getting on over this potion.
I need help.
Hmm? With what?
This thing?
Give me a second. I'll move the cart into a more.
I have never seen this.
Yeah. I don't know what it does.
The third person one, bro.
Oh! Wait! I clicked on it and it was showing me. Oh, dude. What the fuck? Huh? Huh?
Bro,
Can I let go?
you don't need both of you to do this. Just guide him. Are we for real right now?
Oh. Here, you lift it. I will just go lift it up. Lift it up. Just up. Up. Move your arms up. Move your arms up, T. Arms up. Okay? Okay, you can drop it. Drop it slowly. Drop it down.
Huh? Did it?
Oh!
Like, changes
Oh,
it changes your camera.
oh, oh,
Like
How do I-
backwards to front.
Oh,
and front is
oh.
backwards.
oh no, dude. Oh, brother.
Hello? Can someone tell me what to do?
Yeah, press the S key.
Okay. Up. A little bit to the right.
I can barely hear you, T.
Okay, forward. Okay, down. A little bit forward.
Oh,
A little bit to the right.
yo, I can't wait till a monster shows up. This is gonna be crazy.
Put it down.
Oh, I just let go.
What the fuck is happening,
T,
bro?
What the fuck? Are you trying to lift the money up?
No, we're good.
Oh my god.
Oh, Lord.
I was trying to get Matt out of there.
God damn, I have to look at myself.
Oh no.
Move the card, please.
I'm moving it. You put it down. Drop it.
Okay, there. Oh. Oh,
Wait,
Oh my god, bro.
bro.
nope, it decided to.
I'm genuinely like,
Put 'em
yo,
on
what
the
the fuck am I watching?
Bro,
Bro, no way. No way. What am I watching, bro?
Here,
Practice.
I'm boosting it. I'm boosting it.
Holy fuck.
Oh my god, we went from 30 to 27,000.
Oh, the head's gonna fall again, dude. It's gonna
not
fucking
fitting on
fall.
here.
All this could have
Nope,
been
that
solved if they
doesn't
just
fit.
went and found the second point, bro.
I mean,
Eh, Good enough, I guess. But his head
Holy fuck, bro.
We just have to
Okay.
be careful. We just have to find the point and bring it back.
here. Oh wait, there's also some shit here.
Oh man. Oh man. This can't be real life. I refuse to believe this is real life.
There's a freaking hour.
Oh shit.
I feel like we can come back for that after.
Okay.
Not now.
Oh, there's
It's
this
not
little
gonna fit.
potion. This one off.
Yeah, that I got some gonna fit.
How long was that? Did that take like what, 3 minutes just for them to freaking get like one more thing into the cart? An IQ too high? The money fell. Oh, of course it did.
Or Madeline. He's like, what are these guys doing?
Oh, it's
We can
way
just give her the
worse.
money, I guess.
It's a way worse
Neither one of us has.
than what are these guys doing?
But we can still lift it.
Guys, where are you going without the rest of the stuff?
On there, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Genuinely, where are they going, bro?
Alien.
They don't even know where the next point is. They just left half the shit there. There's 2 of them. There's 2 of them and no one took the cart?
Maybe we should go find the extraction before we start moving things.
Bro, it's fucking genius, bro. Crazy idea.
Coming towards us? Yeah. He's going.
I could genuinely hit like a whole ass BRB, bro, and they probably wouldn't even make it to the next thing. How long ago did I send this message? Is there a timer? Can I see the time on the message? Do you see the time on the message? How do I see the times in the message? When did I send that message? I want to know. I
Are we
want
get
people,
moving?
the people need to know.
Alright, we gotta. He's going right down where we have to go.
No? I can't see when it was? Fuck, bro.
Oh, there's a cup here.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff here.
Oh, oopsies. Can I customize in the middle of
Oh, I
the
found a box.
thing?
Oh, there's just Slenderman over here in the head.
What? What the fuck is that?
Careful, over here on this hallway. There's a head, Slenderman, and an alien.
Oh, there he is. Chomp chomp. Chomp chomp. Hey, the next one's right there, dude. Would you look at that?
I found
Oh,
it.
alien.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, no shit, dude. Oh man. Are these people? Oh,
Oh, clutchy.
oh no! Oh no!
That was really dumb.
Oh, it's so over, dude. There's no way.
Are you
did not
alive?
Bro, I did not expect to slide that far. There is no way.
Oh, I just broke that.
Oh, brother.
We're gonna lose.
No.
Yeah, the cart's on the
you've
other
got
side
to
of
be
the fucking
with
thing
me.
too.
You've got to be fucking
Yeah.
with me. These
Don't
guys
worry,
left me
don't worry,
alone.
don't worry, don't
They've
worry.
left me alone.
Don't
These
worry, we
idiots
can.
left me alone. What do you think I'm gonna do? You think I'm
We
gonna
can
actually
move.
complete this by myself? What the
We
fuck?
can believe in her. Come
Just
on,
get the cart to the point and you get us back. That's all you gotta do.
She has like 40,000 on the point.
Fucking hate you both.
What do you
I
really
hate both
have
of
to
you.
do?
Okay? Y'all need to understand
Like,
that. I don't
You
like
just need the
either one
point.
of you
Like
right now.
she has like 40,000 there. Just get everything. That's it.
That's it. So simple.
Dude, I can't believe, bro, the fact that I go in just to
Where are
avoid
you
the alien and
going?
freaking
Just
slide
hurry
off
up
the
and
map.
go.
I really didn't expect that.
Who the fuck played that? Fuck you, that man. I don't know where he went. Be mindful of the head.
Has that ever happened to
Alien.
you?
You just slide too far, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just stay
I
here.
think you would think there would be like a rail there, you know.
That would be
Nah, I
great.
mean, there's a reason there's not, bro. It's
Oh
like,
my God.
so they
All the
make things
money's
like that
there. The
happen.
card's somewhere too. Fuck. Me. Fuck me.
Gonna walk as slow as possible all the way there.
I mean, it's fine as long as she makes it.
Okay. Like the corners, yeah. Okay.
Also, why?
What? Why did we bring the money back halfway, but not the cart?
My God. How do
Because the car and the money
This
don't.
up is
don't
No, I mean, there's
agree.
two of you
So I
though.
ju-
Why didn't
Yeah.
one of you take the
Because
cart
she
and one
told
of you
me-
take the
wait,
money?
She told me go get the extraction, right? So I went, but she went with me.
Yeah, that's what she
Instead of staying
does.
with the yeah, instead of staying with the stuff, she's totally bringing it. She went with me.
Spooky. That bro in the chat, bro.
Bro,
Alright,
she's
well,
there slowly
Have
bringing the
fun.
money.
Have fun being back in the land of the living.
Also,
Oh,
wait, is your head not there?
I don't give
My
a
head's on
shit
the
at this
cart.
point.
Oh, that's
You just
fine.
lost
That's what she's
$3,000
doing.
from dropping that money bag half.
Let's see if I
Yep.
can at least
Half
go
an
back
inch.
from admin's head.
Bro, don't
You
go
know,
back from my head, bro.
bars.
Just get teabag, please. Please.
Nah, she's gonna try and go for you. Bro,
No.
there's a cup right there. If she puts the cup there, she doesn't really have to bring the whole card.
Okay. Well,
He only dies when he wants to die, right? So he wanted to die, right, guys? He wanted to leave me alone.
Yeah, I
To
wanted some alone
suffer
time.
I'm gonna blame this for blame you
Right.
for anything that you do, bro.
Right?
Wait,
Somehow it's
What?
always
Nope.
T's
do
fault.
not blame me for anything that happens.
Really? This is some Tea Cafe gameplay, bro. What am I watching?
It's not even hiding.
Hmm.
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, see, the problem is that she has to go back this way when she gets the cart.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, there's
God,
a
the
little
child.
Enderman.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Oh, nope. Fucking shit. I hate this
I'm
game.
just gonna fucking hide here until it goes away.
Toggle away. Nope, still
Right,
there.
instead of walking, looking down.
Still there.
Dude, somebody could have left my stream like
Really? Right in
10
front of where I
minutes
need to
ago
go.
and then
Okay.
came back and Roxy's still in the same room.
Oh, no.
Holy dude.
I'm just having a hard time moving the cart, really.
What is this tactic? What are these
checking for
tactics?
This path.
What's happening?
Oh, there's the fucking aliens.
Oh,
planning.
there's the alien. Okay. Okay, going in the direction that she needs to go in. Nice, nice. Oh, shit, it's coming back.
No.
Just fucking rubbed his ass all over our shit, bro. What the fuck?
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the actual fuck?
I just got turned around again. Never mind. All right. How much progress is being made now? Let's see. We did one checkpoint. Let's go to the next one. Oh, okay.
Hey, why
Okay,
did you
it wasn't as
stop?
far as I thought it was gonna be. Dude, there's like 3 more rooms left that she has to get past.
I mean, at least the head is not there. The head's gonna arrive when we get revived.
Oh yeah. Jesus Christ. Oh, the alien. Yo, the alien's behind you. The alien's
Shut
behind
up.
you. Okay.
Oh, the money's gonna get
Shut up!
Move the cart! Move the cart!
I'm so fucking stressed, bro.
Yo, hello, Roxy.
I fucking hate all of you. Worry about tonight.
Or last.
And he's dead. Oh my god. No, no, no! I'm dead! We're dead.
GG's, man.
That was it. I'm dead.
GG's. Well, what did we say? The alien's behind you.
What?
The
Bitch,
alien's
what am I
behind.
supposed to do?
Not,
what was I gonna
not
do?
respawn us right then, please.
Huh?
For the love
I'm
of God.
supposed to run around?
Yes, that's
I
exactly what
already
you're supposed to
pushed
do.
the shit in. You fucking asshole! I've already pushed it in.
That's not what happened.
Yes, it was. By the time you told me, it was.
Oh no. Oh, holy fuck. No! No!
I got it. Okay, I win. Why can't I type?
Holy dude.
I
That was a struggle.
Well, I tried. And that's all that matters. I did so much to be unappreciated.
I guess.
Yes,
That's one way to look at it.
it is. You literally said, "Oh, the alien's behind you," after I'd already pushed the cart in, and I'm like, "What the fuck?" And I was grabbing the money.
That was
I'm
like
I
the
can't
that was like
pull
the
it out.
cherry on top of the cake of all the other issues with that round that I had, but we'll stop there.
The
I'll
cherry.
hold my tongue.
Oh, you'll hold your tongue? What issues did you have? What did I do that you haven't?
No, I'm holding my tongue. I'm holding my tongue.
No. Say it out loud. Let us all hear. Oh,
No, holding my tongue. Don't worry.
No.
Don't worry.
No. Let us all hear. Let us all hear.
Just watch the
'cause you
VOD.
died.
You'll hear it
You-
in the VOD if you wanna
died
know.
so early, and you want to
You'll
complain
hear
about
in the
something?
VOD.
You'll hear it in the VOD. Don't worry.
You hear in the VOD. You'll hear it in the VOD. Man dies first and then has complaints.
Yeah.
That's usually how it
Yeah, I do. Because I died and the round didn't end.
Yep. Yep.
Bro, I watched you guys struggle to put the money bag and the other fucking thing on the cart for like 4 minutes, bro.
Yeah.
And then
I've
ultimately
never
lost
handled
like
that.
$10,000-$15,000 and just gave up. Holy. Entertaining gameplay for sure.
Anyways, okay. Well, I'm done for the night, guys. That was way too much. Everyone dying, leaving me to do it, and then I bring them back alive. So unappreciative. God damn. God damn.
You brought me back and I died immediately.
Roxy, for everything you've done for us. Nope.
Bro, I spawned and died immediately. What
Nope.
am I supposed to thank you
That sounds like
for?
a you
What am I supposed to
problem.
thank you for?
Yeah, for bringing you back.
Bro,
you
I was
know? 'Cause
begging you to
died.
not bring me back. I just wanted you to bring T back so that we could actually
Nope.
finish the level. But no.
No, if I brought T back, then you'll be like, well, why didn't you get me? And
No,
it's like, well,
that's literally not what would have happened.
Ooh, I should check that. Anyways, okay, that was the last game for me, guys. I will see y'all tomorrow. What am I streaming tomorrow? I don't. Oh wait, tomorrow's Wednesday. I thought today was Saturday.
Huh?
I legitimately
No.
thought today was Saturday.
What?
I don't know why. My brain was like, oh, it's Saturday. It's not Saturday.
Fucking Tuesday,
Anyways,
bro.
I think yeah, tomorrow I have a day off, you know, oh, you know what? We should play the chameleon game. You know what? That's what we'll play. We'll play the chameleon
Yeah,
game.
tell Sensen in
There.
advance.
Yep. Wait, what did you just say?
Tell Sensen in advance?
Oh, yeah, Sensen, if you're there, we're playing the chameleon game tomorrow, okay?
I don't think he's here.
Oh, okay. Well, I tried. That's all that matters. Anyways, I'll talk to y'all later. Bye. I love how I'm running that scan right now. Oh my god. My GPU crashing.
Your GPU crashed?
Yeah, I had to do 2 streams. That was the second stream.
No, that was when we were playing with Twice.
Yeah, we were playing with Twice and it crashed.
Twice and me were so confused because the whole game just froze.
They
Like, we
couldn't
were so
move.
confused. Yeah.
Oh my god. They're off doing their own thing. Game freezes. God damn. Hi,
Hello.
Ted. Hi, Batman. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Are the frogs still okay?
Yeah. To my knowledge. Yeah, I see him right now. He's staring at me.
Oh, what the fuck? He's staring at you? Goddamn.
Yeah, because I opened the door and let my dog out. You kill that spider there, man?
Wait, did you eat a spider? You want him to eat a spider?
Right into where he lives at. I'm like, oh, well, stay here.
Oh, you gave him a spider to eat.
No, I didn't give him a spider. Just a spider in the wild decided to, like, just run. My brother.
Fucking running, bro? What the fuck?
Lunch.
Scary, bro.
What the fuck? Madman goes straight into a comp Marvel Rivals game. Man just doesn't understand.
What
Bro
else,
is addicted.
what else am I
He
supposed
just
to do,
likes
bro?
pain. Just likes pain.
Like quick match? The fuck?
Yeah, or blood hunt or something.
No.
Man's like, I'm gonna go straight into the.
I was starting with
We
the
just
main
start grinding
quest.
now. We just start grinding now, you know, since it's already Wednesday. Yeah, just start the grind now. None of us have work tomorrow. T can
Yeah.
stay up.
Convince T and then maybe.
T. T. T.
Bro,
T. TFE. TFE. You want to start grinding now?
Grinding what?
Ring.
What?
Because we said we would grind on Wednesday, and it's technically Wednesday.
Oh,
I don't think he
me
sounds
sleep.
excited about that one, dude.
Let me sleep on it. You fucking asshole. T.
Understandable.
Got you
T,
there.
what
I'll
the
get back.
fuck?
I'll get back to you in the morning.
Fucking asshole. T, what the fuck?
Nah, right now, no.
I love how they say ban Phoenix. The other team is playing dive because they banned White Fox.
Like right now, no, no.
I'm not judging.
Hop on T. What's the difference if we start now or start tomorrow morning?
All right, okay. Well, right now, we're only 3.
Yeah. Okay. What's wrong with that? We don't get paired up. If we do 4, I think we get paired up with like full squads, which I don't like.
Well,
Listen. We can start tomorrow, okay?
What time
It's the-
tomorrow?
I don't know. We can freaking start early if you want.
Yeah, dude. I'm not planning on streaming this, so we have to start early.
Then it's up to you.
Is not defined by strength, but by courage.
It's
Have
kind
you
of
logged?
not just up to me. It's like, when are y'all available? As
I don't know.
well?
I don't know. I like 10, 9 a.m. I don't know.
Oh, that's. Y'all think I'd be able to at that time? God
Be
damn.
mindful that the
Well, you
barrier
said
Probably.
early. That's early.
Y'all have high hopes.
Okay, so we're not playing early. We're playing in the afternoon, okay, people? We're playing like 1.
It is always reassuring to have you
There's
in
no
your
way.
corner.
Like she says, oh, we can start early. No,
Maybe
no, no.
we
For her,
should try
early
in
is
the
like 6
morning.
Three,
Damn, though. I feel like 10 a.m. is too early, though. Like,
what do you need to do?
Technically, it is 12 in the morning, so
I'm still awake, you see, I'm still awake.
You did not see me.
all right, guys,
Nah,
let's win this game.
Now, but we can, like, if you want, right? If you are awake during the mornings, not in the afternoon, then we can start early.
Be awake in the morning.
It's a weekday, so the only people that are on our rivals on a weekday are sweaty ass players that don't have a life.
And probably Canada.
and kids. It's taking summer
Probably.
break.
Yeah.
Because
Also,
day off. Canada. Canada, guys! Woohoo! Canada! No, man, but you should just let me join your game after this. You know what, we could just do duos. Or, I don't know,
Hey.
Samson's also online. Oh no, he's playing with friends, never mind.
yo, you guys sometimes goes. You know how it goes ranked matches. Sometimes.
Oh, you fucking asshole.
Watch Roxy get like diamond 1 and he's stuck in diamond and platinum.
Hey, I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
Hey, yo, here's the thing. Yesterday, when he left and I stopped playing with them. Sensei and Mad Moon kept playing. They lost 3 games, 1-4. That was enough for Mad Moon to go from Diamond 3 to Diamond 2.
Keep going.
Sorry, that was enough for Mad Moon to D-rank to Diamond 3 from Diamond 2, and then re-rank up back to Diamond 2.
Yeah,
Within
let him know.
7
Let him
games.
know.
He D-ranked
It's like it never
and
left.
then ranked up.
Was it?
You see, the problem is, like, when I'm reaching a high, I was Diamond 1, and hey, you know what? Let's play. Fuck that, bro. Fucking, I'm in freaking plat 1 now.
At 1! He's in Diamond
No, bro.
3.
Like,
Oh, God.
that we win, we lose. We win, we lose. We win, we lose.
Oh, no,
Just win more
That's
than
not how
lose.
it goes. We win, we lose, we lose. We
How
lose.
about
Then we
you
we
win, take like
we
a
lose.
10-minute break, and then win again, and then take another 10-minute break?
Not 10 minutes. I feel like 5 minutes. Like, let the people who we just played with get into different rounds. So they don't come into our games again. Holy shit. I will say though, Sunsen did lock the fuck in those games he won with Mad Moon yesterday, to the point where he went 53-11 on Magic. Okay,
Bro, that game was
where was
fucked.
that?
Good for him.
Where was that when we were playing with him?
No! Oh, I pressed the wrong fucking button.
Wanda, are you ready?
Oh no.
That was my fault. Wrong button.
Oh no.
Like, bro holding back when he plays with us.
I know, right?
Okay, that time I just got my ass whooped.
Yeah, you all do that. Your ass is very whoopable.
Huh?
You want to take that, Mamu?
I don't even know, bro.
You know what I
Oh.
should have done? I should have just taken your head, Mamu, instead of gone for the whole cart. Just the head would have been fine, you know.
How would that? What would
Whatever.
that change?
It'd be 2 people that we brought back, and I'd take less time. I'd be there before the alien came back and whatnot.
You guys still discussing the Rainbow match?
I'm just thinking about it.
Just thinking
I
about
already
it.
know I'm gonna watch this VOD and be pissed because this man be saying shit when he ain't even alive.
You want me to just be quiet the whole time? Be like, oh, good job,
Yes,
Roxy. Good job
yes,
standing there for
yes,
3 minutes, dude.
yes.
Oh, bro.
Standing where for 3 minutes? I didn't stand in
Every
anywhere for 3
room,
minutes.
multiple times.
What do
Maybe
you
not
mean?
3 minutes.
Yes, because I was double checking. I was double. Am I not supposed to double check? Should I just go? You know, run into the head like you did?
That's not what happened.
Yeah, bitch.
That's
I don't
not
know
what-
happened.
that's not the
At the
fucking
end of
head- the
day,
head
you said
came,
The
we were
head's
all-
coming, and then you died.
I wasn't even the one that saw the head first, bro.
I kept your leaving island safe while you were absent, sirs. You're welcome. The X-Men value your assistance. I hope we can count on it for some.
This guy say I can tank and then
You may.
not tank.
Benefits my kingdom and my
Itchy.
Go and
Battle
go
starts
and
in
tank,
5,
my friend.
4,
We're waiting.
3, 2,
Whatever you
1.
prefer.
Oh, bro said GG.
Area.
Great, man.
Got it?
That's great.
Been away
Some-
from the battle for too long.
There's someone
Nice to be back
who
in
can
action.
they connect to their Discord. Her Discord name is Jesus.
Oh, that's not good. Okay, at least we get a second tank.
Brother, what happened there?
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Capture the mission area!
Awaken the rage of battle. I am barely wounded.
Oh my god, bro. Fuck it, man. Let's just surrender.
No, it's never over.
Can't take it anymore.
No, it's never over, Mamu.
Are you solo tanking? No.
No.
Oh, but the Venom.
The god of thunder! One cannot keep the faith forever, Captain. Battle fury burns!
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Slow down! Battle fury burns!
Control these! One down.
The wrath of Asgard!
How the fuck did this guy get melted? Oh no. Oh no.
That's how.
Oh no.
Oh, that man moon. Sorry.
Huh?
Said that
What's
man.
habit?
Man.
Oh hell no. Get me out of
It
here.
really is a force of habit. Whenever I have you two in the same VC or whatever, the fuck, I get. Yeah.
My power grows! Awaken the rage of battle!
Oof. Got it. Woo, you see, this is why we don't surrender. Never surrender. Never give up.
Disappear!
Another foe vanquished! Awaken the rage of battle! Slow down! I am barely wounded.
She's captured more than half of the mission area. Keep
Jesus
going.
Christ. That Cyclops is locking in, bro. Finally.
About time.
Awaken the rage of battle!
Hard fucker.
The area's almost yours.
I am barely wounded. The wrath of Asgard. Asgard is with you. Gambit never falls.
No way he killed me. Oh my god, bro. Venom, please.
Better believe it.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Oh, Venom's dead.
Also, Roxy, if you want to play Overwatch more, you can also play it.
Yeah, before stream. Yeah, sure.
Control lost.
But like, listen, like the moment you wake up and you're not doing anything, you gotta message me. You can't decide to start playing at like 1 p.m. Okay?
Okay, but I might have shit to do in the morning.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's completely
So I
fine.
might decide to play at 1 p.m.
Oh my god.
See, just lock
fine.
in, fam. Just lock
See,
in.
if you have shit to do, I'm not gonna force you to play with me.
I mean, I don't have stuff to do. It's more of the fact that I don't know. Just 1 p.m., bro. I don't know. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
He just really doesn't want to play at 1 p.m. Oh, yeah.
Fine. It's fine. It's fine.
We're
I'll
cutting
play
into his
it
goon time, alright?
Oh, he's got a scheduled goon time.
That's fine.
Draw the ritual and everything.
No. No.
Yeah, 1 p.m. is his me time.
His
If you know
meat,
what I mean. Yeah,
his
1
meat
p.m.
time?
Listen.
Huh?
Guys.
Huh?
1 p.m. is my. I will sleep until 3.
Sleep, gotcha, fam. That's what we're calling nowadays? Gotcha.
Friggin' from 1 to 3. I'm just
Okay, then
sleeping.
I won't contact you. If I see it's 1 to 3, I'll be like, I see you sleeping.
No. Like message me. If I answer, I'll play. If not, then you know I'm sleeping. But just message me so you don't get mad at me later.
It's okay, man.
Can't win them
Yeah,
all.
you better look. Now you're gonna have better luck now because you're gonna play Roxy.
Oh, I thought you might shit, bro.
Then you just told man you were gonna play with him, Rang. Crazy.
Oh, wait, I got these turtle chips. They're Korean fried chicken.
Okay.
You got turtle ships.
Yeah, that's what they're called, turtle chips. I'll join. Let me just go rinse off the shit on my hands.
Yeah.
Fucking shit, bro. Oh, Sensen. Look who it is.
Where were you during R.E.P.O?
As a quick match warrior, bro. Holy. Are you ready to play the game? That doesn't know.
You talking to Roxy?
Yeah.
Doo-doo-doo.
Oh, she was washing her hands.
Oh yeah, I just went to rinse off my hands.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Hey.
Dominus, let's go.
I just went to go wash my fingers, you know, from the residue of like the seasoning on the chips.
Yes.
Hide this shit back. Convoy. Yay. Oh, there's 2 plats on our team, and then they have 2 plats too. Okay,
Nice.
that's interesting. Very fair.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
All right, guys. Who is going to be on our team?
Who knows?
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
Now, who am I gonna
Just the
banish
bot.
from this
I think I'm
mess?
seeing double.
A double of almost everything. God damn.
Prepare for double. Make it triple. Forever trouble making the whole thing.
Goddamn. I should have voted.
You saying I should play Rocket?
Huh?
He's doing the Team Rocket thing.
Oh, were you? Yeah.
Which one of these Spider-Men do you trust more?
Neither. They don't. They're not Lord.
That wasn't the
We
question.
don't know cops.
Do you want to ban Phoenix, Moon Knight, or Hela / Namor? Which one of those? Or even Star Lord. Star Lord's in there too.
You can do whatever you want. I guess we're banning Punisher. I guess we're banning Penny. I guess we're banning Moon Knight.
Oh, Punisher it is, and they banned Namor. Okay.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Super Lord Squirrel Girl? Yo, I have to respect that.
Guys are gonna lose.
Okay, how do you go with this?
Open your eyes. Reality is but
Trust the
an
process.
We have a Spider-Man and a Squirrel Girl. What is
Dude, we might be so up, it's actually ridiculous.
if this motherfucker chooses? Oh, dude, just go fucking English or whatever you need to do. Bitch, why? Why did you go Squirrel Girl?
What do you mean?
What the
Squirrel Girl's good, bro.
30 seconds.
Squirrel Girl's S tier in the right hands.
Ready?
Queen
Keywords
Pixie?
in the
I
right
believe
hand.
I believe in Queen Pixie, bro. They got at least 200 hours on that character, bro.
They have a Dino. They have a Deadpool. I don't know what kind of.
What do you say fuck my team up for, bro? What the hell?
They have a Magneto as well, I believe.
Hey, watch out for that guy.
Yeah, but they have a Dino.
Is that an Angela? What is
Oh,
that?
Moon Knight. They have a Moon Knight. This is why I want to ban him.
Huh?
Help get that vehicle to
Oh, they went Luna? Nice. Wait, they went Luna, not Invis?
Okay, it's okay. I'll take it.
Get rid of the arm, thank you. Why are
Holy
you pinging? I'm
fuck,
literally
bro.
healing you.
Why are their heals so crazy, bro? Holy. Nobody wants to die on their team.
I have ult, but I don't want to use it back here.
They just used 2 of theirs.
I'm gonna wait until the rocket.
Okay, we got one. Moon Knight's dead.
Okay, I'm gonna ult.
Mag's dead.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Okay.
I am strengthened for battle.
Bitch, we ain't done.
What? What are you yelling at?
Look at her. She's fucking waiting, doing her emote. That was the finish line.
Yeah, you tell her, Roxy.
Luna will have all.
By the eye of Agamotto. Lead me, darkness. Assist. Good medicine.
Guys, there's a. Okay. Never mind.
Did we do it? Oh, okay.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint.
Sorry, they were dealing with the Deadpool. I thought they did. They seemed like they were struggling. What is our
Yeah.
Meg doing?
What? Where is that guy?
Oh, he just stopped. No, I was just wondering. I was confused.
They always have an Angela?
Nope. They just switched. They had a DP and what's they still-
Magneto?
They had a Magneto that and a die.
That way, Emma and a Magneto now? I mean, Emma and a...
Emma.
Angela? Emma Angela?
Where's Luna?
Okay.
Was Spider-Man ulted in the backside, I'm assuming?
Almost there. Don't turn back now. Disappear.
Where the
Oh,
fuck
hell
is he?
no.
Oh, they want White Fox too.
Lord help me. Lord help me.
We're dead. We're dead. We're dead. We're dead.
The doctor is in.
Hey.
I have all, and so does our score. So
Get that vehicle moving again.
It's a motion.
Enemy in front of us.
appreciate.
There is an enemy to pursue. I purge the darkness. We must and shall save the world tree.
Okay.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint.
What is our Magneto doing? What is he doing? He'll just stop. He just stops whenever we get
Maybe
a break.
he's having issues, dude. I don't know. This guy's
Car's lagging.
gotta update the shit, bro. He's gotta update his fucking instructions.
I purge the
Oh.
They have a Spider-Man now? Too?
Anything standing your way.
No.
Oh no, that's
I am
fuck it.
Leave me, darkness.
Us against the world.
Nice.
Oh hell no.
Oh no! Why'd you guys keep attacking?
What's happened?
Dude, I literally phased out
I have
everybody,
unfinished
but they
business
kept.
here.
Get that vehicle moving again.
You have a penny?
Our enemies are near.
They clearly had to change up like their whole comp.
Medicine.
I like the coat.
These mechanical arachnids are no
I'm covered.
bad spiders.
Oh.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Only 60 seconds left.
I vault for someone get rid of the pettiness.
It's spider time! You go, girl. So close. This is your big chance.
Good medicine.
Oh wait. I swear I killed you, you fucker.
Down to 30 seconds. Triple KO.
No way the fucking shit.
The final 10 seconds.
Holy dude.
That took way too long.
What dreams are made out of.
Current score is 3, 2, 0.
Will be a dream
Their,
if we can
their
get
rocket is their
Showed
ace?
up, including which side.
There's no way that was a
Hey,
rocket the whole time, right?
I'm their ace. No, it wasn't their rocket the whole time.
Their ace. You mean
Invis.
our ace? What?
Yeah, it's our ace. Yeah. No, that person was their invis. I believe
Oh, okay.
at some point. And it wasn't the whole time. Their White Fox had it at some point. I just remember.
It's White Fox. When doesn't she have ace?
Not now. Have it now.
Fair point.
Round 2.
There is only one sorcerer supreme.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
All right.
It's nice to finally team up with somebody just like me. You have a fully weaponized spider robot as well? Oh no, but I do have an army of squirrels.
Alright, you ready?
And I suppose we'll find out soon enough. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Our enemies
You
on
need
here.
to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Star-Lord now, bro? What?
I am strengthened for battle. I attacked a foe.
Move back, man.
Or, oh shit, dude. Moving back is not as easy as the once thought. I'm dead.
Behind. I hear someone on top. Sorry. I placed up.
Double KO.
Sorcerer Supreme lives once more.
Better stop that vehicle.
Oh my god, we're being pushed so badly. What is this? What the fuck is this?
I am strengthened for battle. Out, dark magic.
No way, dude. Jesus Christ. What do you mean they made it halfway, bro? How?
Let Moon Knight protect his aunts if he dares.
They have Moon Knight. No, the one
Yeah.
fucking fish I want to fucking ban all the time. Oh my god.
I'm fighting for my life on this corner.
Alting! I'm alting! I'm alting! I'm alting!
Okay.
She's in the corner. Wanda, Emma. Sorry, not Wanda.
I purge the darkness.
We have point? We
You
have
stop
point?
them in their tracks.
For now, Starlord's coming.
This feels empty, yet somehow dangerous.
I'm dead. Okay. Good luck.
I'm dead.
Get. Okay. Luna just has to get her ult, but.
Spider-Man, can you make it?
The mystic arts won't fail me again.
Oh.
No.
I didn't even fucking try.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Nope. Up here.
Destroy these arts when
Sorry.
you find them. This is real firepower! Leave me, darkness!
Not good, not good. Need that, need that.
By the eye of Agamotto.
They have a magic now? No!
Why the fuck? Oh, Luna, please, bro. Why are we on damage mode? I was getting my ass beat.
I know, right? I was like, why is she in damage? I'm like, no, you should be in
Supreme
heal.
lives once more.
I think it's because you ulted, so she thought, oh, they're all frozen. We should all just. I'm like, no.
No, not Emma. Fucking choke slamming me as we speak.
He stopped them in their tracks.
Could
Oh,
have
nah,
found
you
that bad.
liked it. You liked it.
Yeah. Well, if I lived, maybe.
Luna.
I lived to tell the tale.
You did though, did you not?
No.
Oh, I didn't know you
The
did.
moon haunts you. Destroy these out, dark magic. I am strengthened for battle.
Step back, step back, step back. I vault.
That's crazy, dude. How you said step back and then ulted in front of me after I was already behind you.
I didn't realize you were behind me.
You said step back.
You were in front of me when I was saying step back at that moment in time.
Oh no. Oh, I'm
I'm
dead.
dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. I didn't realize.
Oh, okay, we have no supports.
Yep. She moved to the front. What the fuck happened to? Oh, oh, Wanda? No. What the fuck happened? Spider-Man.
He just
Well,
stood there.
I'm opening a portal.
No.
No.
Oh!
What do you mean no? I died. But
Not the point. That's not what I'm saying.
oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
I was saying no to the Moon Knight, and then I went through the portal exact the moment that you opened it, and I was so confused what happened. And I guess I tabbed out because I clicked a bunch of buttons. 'Cause my
You tabbed
PC was
out?
like-
Oh, dude.
My PC was
Roxy's
like,
selling.
Roxy's
no,
selling,
can't do
dude.
that.
Roxy's throwing, dude. Roxy's trying to force her drivers to crash, so she's like,
God, I was scared my drivers would crash. Guys, how am I still ace? It's actually crazy.
you're the best player on the team.
We need to change the comp. No one's switching. It's not working against the fucking magic. We want to go Squirrel Girl and Spider-Man. And a Moon Knight. Try to ban.
Man. Alright, I'm going Thor.
It would be a play then.
Spider-Man, please. Spider-Man, please.
About what the white fog, at least.
No, no, we got two. We got two. We got two. No supports? Holy. Motion detector?
No supports doesn't mean we're not getting our ass handed.
You mean this story about to have a dance battle, bro? We both got our disco skins on?
Oh,
Very nice.
we have to time this well because I know I'm not gonna be able to make enough to get a second ult.
Are you ulting first, or you want to convey that information to the art?
Luna have ult?
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
both have
ult
ult.
at the very end. I'll let Luna.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, I didn't know you were gonna do that. Thank you. You did that.
Yes. Oh, I died because they used everything. So they've used the rocket ult, they've used the Emma ult. Who's their other healer?
That box.
I vault, I'm gonna ult. I'm dead.
Did you ult yet? Oh, okay.
Nope,
Huh?
I haven't ulted. Are you dead?
Yeah, that's okay. I'll be back.
I am
Killed Moon Knight, but the fucking beacon got him back
Go.
before I could stop
I'm
it.
going. Ulting. There's a rock at the very back.
They portaled?
Going to overtime.
Oh my god, magic in the back.
I'm fighting on point. Holy fuck, dude.
Yep, that's fine, that's fine.
We have point, we have point. They don't have a portal anymore?
Kill the magic for get her off point.
Dead? Oh, fuck, dude. Oh, they took the ace from you,
The
bro.
schoolgirl. Yeah, took ace from me.
Honestly, 38 eliminations. We'll take it. 20 final hits each for DPS. You know what, Squirrel Girl and Spider-Man? Yeah, you got it. You got it.
Can we talk about that healing though?
Jesus Christ. Damn.
Oh god.
Nice one jumping back 3 strange, bro.
Yeah, I got 30 for that round.
Great.
That was a fast match.
Happy for you.
Fast? That was 16 minutes.
Oh, it didn't feel like 15 minutes to roll with you.
It didn't feel like 16 minutes, bro. What the fuck?
Anyways, I'm okay. I am that. Fuck that scoreboard for stealing my ace. I had that ace for most of the game. That ace was mine. Fuck you. I did so much work.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Gosh. Cute boy Chris. Okay.
Now,
Why a
who am I
dino?
gonna banish
Need
for
to
this
ban a
match?
dino, guys.
All right, team.
Who are we banning first? Fucking bitch.
I say we ban Cyclops.
It's already banned.
Alright. Groot.
Yep. He's next on the chopping block.
Hold up.
Not the chopping
Hold
block.
up. Wait a minute. Penny? Do they want dive then?
Probably.
Domination, good. Well, they chose the Moon Knight. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Pick your hero or
That is
villain. I'm
crazy.
not judging.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
Anything is possible in domination.
Mm-hmm. Anything is possible. Whoa, whoa, just kidding.
Copyright.
Yeah.
Bro, girl.
Oh, I'll stop.
Can't think of a
Again?
support man.
Again?
Never mind, I can Phoenix. Or said I'm a support mate. I can't think of a support mate when his DPS is the only option left, bro.
As guardians never shrink from battles or feasts.
30 seconds before
See,
you
they
attack.
said they're
Get
their
ready.
support main, but they have Lord Phoenix.
So you get to
Trust
sorcery
process.
Cosmos full time? Lucky.
And you can support. We can go triple
It is
support.
lovely, but it can also be very lonely. For sure, leading Galactus to Acorn World was a blast.
Alright.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
This is super sus as post.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? So, sorry, whose butt exactly are we kicking? Because I got a challenge trivia deck from Deadpool that I think
Oh, I hear something.
What the fuck, bro?
Where the fuck are you guys? What the fuck?
the mission area is yours.
What?
What are you asking?
We just moved back? You left the DP to die on his own?
He did that to himself, dude. Nobody told him to do all that.
coming behind.
I am barely wounded. My power grows.
Where is? I'm a goner. Somebody catch my breath. Oh, I'm sorry.
Isn't magnetic.
Are you okay?
No. I'm trying not to sing because you're.
The wrath of Asgard. My power grows. Hope I make the cut.
I can't see him. I'm not helping. He's dead. There is a Magneto on the high ground. Good for not.
I'm gonna die here. Oh, I live. Holy fuck, how did I live? No!
Oh no! And then I also. Oh, this bitch! Why is that? Magic's on my ass. On the side, there's a hella.
Oh my god,
Why
I
not?
hate this
Tell us
fucking
up.
map, bro. Oh, that's not good.
Oh, Phoenix.
Portal? I
Nice.
fucking dashed. He fucking went flying, dude. Fuck that guy. Holy scroll girl gap. 13 and 0?
Yeah, because I'm keeping her the fuck alive.
Look at us go. Look at us not dying.
Of hell to save Asgard.
Oh yeah, me and you and the squirrel girl. I've literally been just keeping her. Every time I see the squirrel girl is low, I'm like, okay, here's like 2-3 shots for you. Do something.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Oh, our Phoenix. Oh.
What's wrong with our Phoenix?
You are Midgard's
7 and
goddess
1.
of squirrels, are you not?
What's wrong with that?
Compared to our squirrel girl.
7 and 1's pretty good compared to their Phoenix.
What is their Phoenix? Who?
Since
Oh,
I'm
well, never mind. I don't know who it is, but those numbers aren't good anyways.
Does it matter?
I too am proud to call a squirrel my ally.
The battle starts in 5.
I guess not. When half the team is 3 and 3.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
It's the 3 and 3 with 0 assists, by the way. That's the Phoenix.
Oh, okay. 0 assists. They have a Wanda now.
Yeah, that's the Phoenix.
You're by yourself, by the way.
I'm by myself. I'm on the point, though.
I know. We got pushed back by the Wanda bubble.
By the eye.
Oh.
Okay, he's back here. He's back here. No!
That's unfortunate.
The fucking Star-Lord came around. Kill him. Thank you. I need you to punish him.
Bye,
Wait, who's
Lico.
doing?
I think that was Lico, right? I'm assuming it was.
Probably. That man, who was it?
Oh no, I wasn't paying attention for real with you.
Yo, imagine if there was like a
Also,
thing
did
that
T
said
say
like
he
who
was
left.
going? Is T gone?
He's still here.
No, he's still here.
Oh, T's here?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if he's like here mentally, but he's here in Discord call.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Oh.
Yeah, they went back to Phoenix. Oh no, no, someone else went Phoenix now. They got a different Phoenix.
Is it their Star-Lord that went to Phoenix?
No,
I'm gonna go to sleep now.
I think it was their other
Okay,
tank. It was their Magneto.
Yeah.
Nothing.
There's a Phoenix up.
There's a Star-Lord up there. Alright.
R.E.P.O. 919.
Captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Oh, they're shooting me. They're back. Star-Lord's back here. That, Mammon, come down, come down. Or come to, I can't. I have ult.
Us against the world.
I'm dead. Oh no!
Girl. Why?
I am ready to put
Well,
the
they
show.
also did their last ult, their last
Okay,
support
okay.
ult, so.
We got 2 alts, almost 3 with Scroll Girl, so we'll get it like real quick. Like now, actually. My friends are here.
Oh,
Never mind.
nope. Doesn't matter. There's legendary happening. Woo.
Not ideal.
Yep. It's alright. It's okay.
Can we regroup, please?
Her name is Cute Boy Chris, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Or off combo with people.
Fuck you, Star-Lord. Fuck you, Star-Lord.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Bro is still alive.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Look at our Squirrel Girl get that MVP, bro. Are we winning?
Again.
I am
What the
winning.
fuck? Again? Another Scroll Girl MVP?
Dude, I'm telling you, Squirrel Girl's good in the right hands.
Not in Warren's, though.
Another epic victory. Big win.
16 final hits, dude. W motion.
God damn.
W motion. Damn. Let's go. I got 25. Yo, that's big numbers. Holy.
Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Nice. Ooh.
Big numbers over here.
Nice.
50 out of 100. Roxy, what are you at?
41 out of 100.
Progress. That's progress.
Yep.
What are you telling me? It's a heat warning, bro.
Is it?
It is, bro. Hot as fuck.
What's the temperature over there?
Right now, it's not that hot right now, but it's pretty humid. Great journey.
I just got Steam. Ding ding ding.
Achievement?
Is that a cheat?
87% humidity is what cooked, bro. It's not that hot. It's only like 80 degrees Fahrenheit.
Fuse into another.
AIDS no band.
I saw that.
Mahi
I was
toes.
I was like, what did I just.
Swag money mo.
Man. Can't ban.
Swag money mo.
Calling a raccoon, huh?
I am the god of
You guys got
thunder
that,
and
surely.
the mightiest avenger.
Now, who am I gonna ban?
I believe in swag money mo.
Oh no, I'm fighting again, Russ, just to play this bitch. Bitch, get off! I have more hours. Sorry.
Tell him, Roxy.
Yeah, Roxy.
No pressure. That is what. Are we just not banning anything?
We're banning Moon Knight.
I am.
Yeah, you're. Are you not a part of the Wii?
Oh,
The fuck?
Target ban.
The
That's
fuck?
straight up a target ban.
Man, what?
There's a target ban. You want to ban Namor, hella.
I don't, yo, chill. It's my other. It's my other tank, bro. I mean, my other character, bro. Please, not Rocket.
Oh, Namor.
Not Rocket.
Namor,
Not
click
Rocket,
Namor,
bro.
then. Click Namor.
I mean, I guess I could play Strange, but oh, what if I need to play support? Dinosaur.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Bro, you're not him, bro. I'm him.
Open your eyes. Reality is but an illusion.
Why are you banning Namor?
So I didn't want you to ban my Rocket, bro. Requesting Gambit? Who gonna do that, bro?
Sorcerer supreme.
Alright. I'm iffy about our DPS as I deleted the DPS.
Oh, yeah. I went to ban Cyclops, but I'd be a bitch if I did.
Thanks for the offer. But
Yeah, you'd be no better than Tricky Joshua.
lives hang in the balance.
Roxy, the new Tricky Joshua.
You don't want the Tricky Roxy allegations, dude. That's the last thing we need to add to the
I'm not
document.
new. I don't got 7 alt accounts to do this shit on.
As far as we know.
Aaron?
Oh my god, the Tricky Joshua shit is the funniest shit still to this day. I hear someone. I hear an Angela?
I hope not.
Oh, I can't see you!
Oh, we just lost 2 teammates? That's crazy.
Yeah, because they decided to go in while all of us were still back here. Oh, look, there's Cyclops. Doing shit to us.
Here is an enemy to pursue. Good medicine.
Roll!
One couldn't
Dead.
win without the other. Power beyond sight.
Guys? 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 I'm dead. Guys?
Thanks for the boost.
Dude, our rogue has died twice already.
It's gonna be one of those ones.
I'm opening a portal.
Yeah, we're
I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it, am I?
A shortcut.
They didn't go in. None of them went in.
Go, 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 go.
Nope, someone came here. There's an Emma.
Oh, yeah, I'm not, I can't fight that one.
Clearly, you needed some help. Feeling fantastic. You need to stop that fever.
Doctor is in.
Guys?
You're dying.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know where. I guess she died?
Who?
Invis.
Oh, Invis jumped to the
'Cause she
portal.
went through. Yeah, she jumped through the portal and was like ulted. Oh, that wasn't our Invis. That was their Invis.
Yeah, that was theirs, not ours.
Oh, she just jumped through the portal.
I don't know.
Their C&D's called his name is I Love Toad.
Yeah, and we got Mahitos also on the team.
Oh my god, I love it. When we have someone's
You love it? You love those?
No, I love it when we have two guys who don't know where their healers are, and I just think the king. Okay, there we go.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Our Cyclops is getting dipped. He's
Our whole
getting
team
dipped.
is getting cooked right now.
Oh yeah, 100%. But then the Cyclops is probably the worst. Because it is the Cyclops, and I have ult. I'll go in with ult. I'm gonna go in. Hello.
Holy fuck. Oh, I thought they got you. They got our Indies. They get our Indies.
Oh my god.
No.
You realize he's right over there.
Oh man. Invis ult.
They got our Invis? Okay, Invis died. Well, no, she
Invis
just
died
ran
to
away.
the Magneto's ult.
Did she die or did she run away? Because it looks like she ran away.
No, I mean she died to Magneto's ult. I don't know what happened after that.
Oh, okay.
But it's not looking
I'm our
good.
ace, by the way. Yay.
Oh, okay, just on cue, we have a squirrel girl. it's like they saw our last two games. They're like, yeah, I guess this is the pattern. Roxy gets ace and you take it with the squirrel girl. You're guaranteed to win.
Right.
Superstitious.
Yep.
Get motion challenge. Get motion challenge.
Someone's there. Someone's in the
Oh,
corner. Guys, we thought it's been pinged.
there's a lot of corners, man.
No, it was pinged.
And the map started moving. It had me disorientated.
Discombobulated. Oh, I put it there.
How did Emma live that, bro? What the fuck?
Oh, he's here. There is a Iron Fist on me.
Go up Unity.
Oh, it's Unity. Was it you last time too?
Cool. Portal.
I'm dead.
Our squirrel is.
Is Ace? Oh.
Oh yeah, he's also ace. Fuck that.
Swag Money Mo. Rest in peace, Swag Money Mo.
So DD is still alive, right? I don't know what he's doing. Oh, he's almost dead. Oh,
He's
dead
dead.
now. He died to C&D. Goddamn, my dude.
C&D.
Oh!
No.
He did before I could. Sorry. I was gonna fall off the edge. Nothing I can do there. Dude. If we had a Magneto, you know, that would be nice to be able to kill their team, but nope.
Sorry. I'm getting my ass beat. Eyes are Emma 3 and 7.
Someone needs to get on point.
The Sorcerer Supreme lives once more.
Oh my god.
I'm opening the portal. Pentagram of Parala.
And our Emma kept back. But if she doesn't need to stay on.
Oh my fucking god, bro.
The current score is 0, 2, 3. Time to
Hi.
switch things up.
You okay
including
there?
which side you're on.
You okay, puppy dog?
Oh, I thought you were
You'll
talking
need
to
a
us. Oh
top-notch
damn.
team to win this one.
That sucks.
Open your eyes. Reality is
Look,
but
Nah, you guys don't care that much about me.
Oh my god, bro.
wow, you guys finally decided to switch. Oh. Was he the one that was Cyclops earlier? Or was that Swag Money Mo?
That was Swag Money Mo.
I'll be honest with you, I think we should just throw away this match. I don't think
It's
this
winnable.
team.
Bro, our Emma needs to lock the
I don't
fuck in,
think so
bro.
with that Emma. They're 3 and 8.
What did she say? Dee, can I ask why you were never on their supports when I was? I had one of them, 1 HP every dive I did. I find that hard to believe.
30 seconds before you attack.
I think it's
Get
because she
ready.
was rogue earlier. Guess. No, see if they want to play strange. Maybe they're strange. What'd they say? I can't read, but your head's walking away.
I was. Why do you think I have the KD I have, little bro?
Costume just kinda came with my powers.
Little bro.
See, I wouldn't take that myself.
Little bro.
The
If I watch this replay
Oh.
and you're not, I'ma laugh so hard.
3.
Can I ask why are you
No,
3 and 8 with no value?
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
the Sanctum Sanctorum
He
is
said-
my refuge,
He
my
said,
fortress.
he said it. Can I ask why you 3 and 8 with no value? You have no value. No value. No value. They have a
Holy fuck, bro.
motherfucking-
Why does it sound like you're starting the same fucking Spider-Man thing song?
Oh no, I would not sing Spider-Man.
It sounded like you were so, like going towards that way.
Why are we so pushed back? Oh wait, yeah, they have a Cyclops that just stretched through your fucking shield. Why are you just standing there? Why is she standing there? She's just standing there.
Who?
So Emma.
The doctor is in.
I have all.
Why is Punisher pushing the point by himself? Swag Money Mo, please. Please. I know you're better than this.
Bionic magic.
Oh, hell no. I'm gonna get my ass beat. I got my ass beat.
Oh, what the fuck? What the? What?
Emma, you have to be trolling. Bro, please.
Mortal pain
Don't put me in the fucking lineup with that guy, bro, please.
supreme.
don't say tanks plural, bro, please.
Did I not hear you?
I am
Huh?
strengthened for battle.
Oh, he said not you
Not
strange,
hear you?
sorry.
No,
He
I'm saying
apologized.
they might not be you.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh fuck. Oh
Why
fuck.
am I in pain?
Why am I in pain? Oh man. Oh, Emma getting kills? Emma getting kills?
By the shades of
No.
the seraphim, I'm opening a
Yes,
portal.
did. Holy shit.
A shortcut through space.
Oh, you guys portaled?
Yeah.
They both portaled.
Okay.
How did she already?
My swag money mo. Not my swag money mo.
Only 60 seconds left.
I need that. I need that. Holy fuck, I need that.
Guys, the Cyclops is so close to dying.
Enemy in front of us.
Why is it just us?
Dude, I'm fighting like 4 people.
Please help me. The strange is on me. Wait, where did everyone? Did they die?
Ranger getting Pocketed by Invis. Okay.
Down to 30 seconds.
Bro, please, please stop typing. Please stop typing. Please, please, please. Invis, please. Invis, please. Please, Invis, stop typing, please. Please. Walk to the point, please.
You have to go in, you have to go in, you have to go in, you have to go in.
Final 10 seconds.
I'm going in. I'm in there. I'm in there.
God,
I'm in
dead,
there.
I'm dead, I'm the only.
Okay, I'm dead.
Final score.
Damn.
0, 2, 3.
You know, Swag Money
What
Mo.
was Invis typing? What was she typing? What was so important that she had to type?
Okay, so the Emma said, why Invis? I got hint LOL. Stranger getting hard pocketed by Invis. Invis said, dude, you're the only one struggling to stay alive and get a pick. I'm healing everyone who's useful, not wasting on you. And then Good Guy Wonder said, don't talk to me, Emma.
Is it? Okay.
Emma said, GG, my Invis didn't heal me all game and even said so in chat. Invis said, I did, by the way. He started crying, so blames a random healer. In team chat, our Emma said, Dagger, you were good. Then Invis says, gets no
I'll take
picks,
that.
dies, and goes negative because he doesn't know how to tank. But his ego tells him he can. Emma said, bro, you have 19k heals. Invis says, all good though.
Our
Who the fuck
Invis
is,
was actually
who the
dog
fuck
shit,
is
though.
Zekro? Dare Magneto said, all about positioning. Our Cyclops said, bro said I wasn't diving while he was negative LMAO. And then Emma said, I said you're not diving with me. Are you smart? Now we wait for the next reply.
She's not.
Dude, I got nearly double our Invis's heals, and I still did damage, and we both only had one final hit, so. Invis.
Can we
Was
talk
that-
about
You
can we-
should be doing more.
Can we talk about Swag Money Mo for a second?
Oh, so I went was dog shit. 13 and 15, dog.
You got
shit.
all
If
of those
anything,
as
they
Squirrel
should-
Girl, I swear, bro.
No. It's Swag Money Mo, our Emma, and even our Cyclops. I blame our Cyclops. No. That was Swag Money Mo in the beginning.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I wanted to ban that bitch.
That was our
Okay? I wanted-
Daredevil was the
Look
other
at
one.
their Cyclops. 43 and
Yeah.
6.
Yeah.
19 final hits.
Yeah.
This is why
You know,
I
there is
banned
an
Cyclops
option
because
of not playing ranked anymore, right?
I blame
This is not the
Roxy.
point.
Damn, what the fuck, Madman? Why didn't you
How
carry?
is it my fault? How is it my fault, Sensen? How's it my fault? How's it my fault that we lost? Is it also my fault that
You
we
wanted to
won the
play
last
ranked?
game?
You wanted
I didn't want to play
ranked? That
ranked.
was your fault.
Mad Moon was the one.
Hey,
who was
you
playing
invited
ranked. I was
yourself.
I just said, hey, I'll help you because you were losing.
In one game.
He's still losing.
You lost.
He's still losing.
Oh my god.
Do you see their C&D?
There's C&D? Yeah, less heals, less what? Less damage? Like
Why
what
didn't
the
you
fuck
do that?
want? Oh no, just a
Had
bit
more
I
damage.
guess. Yeah. How am I supposed to do that when my team sucks?
Do you see
Please,
our
how am
other
I supposed to do
supports
that?
stats, bro?
Do you see our other support? How am I supposed to do that if our other support is not also supporting? Look at their other support. Their other support. If
Not
I
looking-
had
not
their
looking
other
good for
support, I could
us.
do shit.
You get up there? Go, get
This
there.
man is like, oh, be like their C&D. I'm like, my whole team is not teaming.
Yeah.
Like, what do you think?
Team
I
is
can
not
just suddenly-
teaming?
I can just
You just gotta
suddenly
kill
go
everything
damage
else
all?
so you don't have to heal if everything is dead. Yo, that's... I mean, yeah, the best... more offense.
Yeah, I'm the one.
Who needs
that's
defense when you got that? Yeah, just,
Guys,
cloak
I'm like
mode,
Invis who can easily
blind them.
1v1.
Yeah, I
Bitch.
believe in you.
You should have been diving with our, our
No.
Emma with that was complaining,
With
bro.
our rogue and DD, right? I should be diving with them.
Lord Widow.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest
I'm not sure.
avenger.
What is happening here? What is this team?
Now, who am
Yeah, Cyclops. Cyclops. Done. Kill that bitch. Ban the bitch. Kill the bitch. I don't want anything to do with that
Burn
bitch.
the witch. Burn the witch. I have a spell to summon big booty Gakutinas. Worship the witch. Worship the witch.
Oh.
Guys, I should have gone to the bathroom. God damn it.
Well, now you gotta wait.
Womp womp.
We'll just win this one quick.
In the bottle.
My dude, I kind of can't, you know?
Not with that attitude.
You just gotta be a little. You just gotta have a little ingenuity, you know. Make it work.
Technically speaking, on all technicalities, technically speaking, a woman can't in a bottle.
You'll need a top-notch
Just gotta-
team to win this one.
I am the
Practice,
god of
you
thunder
know?
and
Just gotta
the
practice.
mightiest avenger.
Just gotta practice.
Is this a team, guys? Because I don't think so.
It's a team admin. Trust
Personally-
process.
Everyone but the widow.
Oh god, you have a.
Everybody but the Psylocke, bro.
Yeah.
Get a Lord icon, you fucking scrub.
Oh, not Lord Icon? Oh.
Get a badge or something,
Oh,
bro.
we're fucked. We're fucked.
At least my Widow's level 35, bro.
Round one.
The true warrior is not defined by strength, but by
Is that
courage.
35?
30 seconds before you
Yeah.
attack. Get ready.
Damn.
The battle starts in 5,
You get up there. Get up there.
3,
Get up there with them.
2, 1.
Damn.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Oh, yo, we all have the summer skin. Goddamn.
Who is
I
that?
don't have a summer skin.
AKA no, all skin. We're just all skin. Is that a white box up there? Someone's behind. Luna's fighting someone. Luna, who are you fighting, bro?
Can someone break the nest, please? Holy fuck, bro. Sorry, Widow. Holy bumba rasta pussy clot. I'm dead.
Widow, you can't be up there.
Widow? Widow hit something
They have
challenge?
a BP. They have a BP.
Almost. Almost. You almost got a kill.
They have a Wanda too. Fuck you.
Okay, guys. We're locking in. We're locking in now. So basically, I might be dead here. Holy fuck, I'm dead here. Where'd that wall come from? What the fuck?
Yo, where you close it?
We only have one kill, guys, and it's on the Black Panther. And it's our Psylocke that has the kill.
I think was the Widow.
It was actually Psylocke.
Oh, was it Widow?
Yeah.
Oh, I just activated the bomb.
Can we get any motion in
The thing
this?
is, you go in and we can't see you.
Is that us?
I'm being killed by.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Guys, the Black Panther. Can we kill the penny now?
It's gone. You all? Is this us?
Yes and no. It's both.
So is that-
You kind of can't tell which one's mine. But, mine's ending first. Oh, I'm being killed by some Wanda. Oh my god, I hate this.
Thus I smite thee. My power grows.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Oh, I'm just gonna wait in here, guys.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Why the fuck do I have to kill the nest?
Who said that?
Our Luna.
Good question, too. No offense. We have someone who can shoot from afar. Two
Get the
people who
fuck
shoot
out
from
of
afar.
here.
We have a fucking Emma who can shoot from... Three, actually. Psylocke. Oh, shit. There's a...
There's a what?
No, CP. This CP is not good. I don't know why it's taking... Luna.
PP. Never mind. Okay, Widow.
Halfway there. Keep going. No matter how ancient you may be. Step aside. Be careful over here.
Like, this is the wrong thing.
Almost there. Ultraman now.
Fucking bozo.
Roll your exploding cloud.
Tremble before Asgard! Awaken fury and
Chaos!
Luna! She was trying to freeze her, I guess.
behold the god of thunder!
Oh, okay. Everybody moved away from that one. Oh, no, not the dinosaur. Get me out of here. Did we get it? No, we didn't get it. Fuck.
Oh my god, the fucking... We haven't
More?
gotten it yet.
It's close, it's close, it's close.
Wanda, it's so annoying.
She's low. Oh no, she's still alive. Oh, she's still alive. What the fuck? That's not good.
Only 60 seconds.
Can I get some heals? Never mind, I'm dead.
Nope, I'm dead.
Oh, everybody's
They have a
dead.
Spider-Man? They have a Spider-Man now. So.
Oh, that's great.
The lightning of Asgard returns.
So much power. Time to use it. Get that vehicle
Okay,
moving again.
okay. Oh my god. Oh my god.
We're dealing with the...
With the goddamn fucking demons. Oh no, I died again.
Oh, we were dealing with the dino up here by ourselves.
Final 10 seconds.
Fella, please.
I'm opening a portal.
Load the exploding plasma. Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wanda's up there.
No way. There's no way. There's no way.
We're just trying to build up. Oh, no. I'm dead, I'm dead. I'm at 96%.
I'm gonna die here. Huh?
The current score is
What's that GG?
2-0.
Dude,
There's
our
Scarlet?
second tank who
Time
switched to
switch
Moon Knight.
things up, including which side
Our
you're
second
on.
tank who switched to Moon Knight.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Why is it that the Emmas we're getting are all dog
I
shit?
am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
Mad Moon lock in 30 and 5, bro. Bro, please. I need our other DPS to do something.
Round 2, go!
Brother Loki imperils not just Asgard, but all the realms.
Nope.
All right, we can hold this for 4 minutes, right?
You know what to do, spiders?
Shielded from
Why does our team always start arguing, bro? You think Adam Warlock is gonna save us?
So,
Nope.
you are the perfect human?
No, he's not.
Typical mortals. To believe that despite their imperfections, they could perfect themselves.
Perfection himself?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
I don't know.
1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
By Odin's beard, what spider lives in that sky-spanning web? I'm barely wounded.
Spider-Man's on the right.
Ooh, I'm falling down
You're falling down?
because of Spider-Man.
I have spotted an enemy.
Spider-Man. Spider-Man's still in the back. It's over here. Nope. Sorry. Where is he?
Oh, I broke the nest.
Wow, they broke the nest really quick. Remember how long it took us to break the nest? Guys, ooh, that's Spider-Man. Oh, the nest is broken again, or nest is broken up. How do they already have? Oh, sorry. I'm not even 45.
We have 3 supports.
Yep.
Go Bucky, go Bucky, go! Go Bucky, go Bucky, go!
You have a Bucky now?
Yes, our only DPS.
Okay.
Previously a Psylocke,
Shielded from harm.
I believe.
So they've used one support ult. It's called the Invis. And we've used none. Well, at least
I don't even have one.
Adam almost has it.
I'm gonna die here. I'm dead here.
Oh my god!
Adam? Adam?
I almost had.
No? Oh, never mind.
Right. Oh my
Is it
god.
doable? Is it doable? Is it doable? Back, we're back, we're back, we're back, we're back. Run point. Still dead. Or half. Press F. Oh my fucking god, bro. I'm stupid, bro. I was trying to press F and I didn't have 3.
Only 60 seconds.
Hold the bag.
He has ult, by the way. Their
Who?
Winter Soldier has ult.
They have a Winter Soldier now.
Yup. You know, the guy I was trying to kill? You know?
Used to me.
You know, this guy? You know?
Ah, that one. Oh, there goes that one. I meant this off because he didn't get the reset, but yeah, that too. That was just timing.
Guys, I can't.
Let's go. Holy fuck. Let's go, Bucky. Let's go.
Portal? Yeah.
Nah, yeah, time for that shit, dude.
That was nice. That was fun.
Okay, it wasn't 30-5, but in 19-6, we'll take it. We'll take it.
Another epic victory.
4 final hits, bro. That's all I need. This fucking great defense, bro.
Oh, crazy.
Remember when they said GG at halftime, guys?
Yeah, just say GG back. Yeah.
I
They
said
probably
no,
weren't expecting that.
I said
comeback.
no hugs, no dubs, bro. What does it even mean? Welcome back,
Who joined?
Unity.
Oh, Unity again. Welcome back.
Look at finals. Oh, they're still doing the arguing shit, bro.
Are you still arguing? What the fuck?
At this, they both had 15 final hits, bro. Alright, Roxy, what rank are you now?
Still the same.
Still the same.
We lost that. We lost the last game. Remember?
You went up and down the exact same amount?
Oh, you said rank, my dude.
Dude,
No,
what?
we lost
I can see
25.
what rank you are. I need a number. I want to know the
I
number.
gained like 7 points from what we lost.
Yeah, that's good to hear. I'm happy for you. Actually, do you need to go to the washroom?
Yeah. Let me go to the washroom.
I thought you were about to be like, no. I'll be like, oh, what the fuck? I guess, yeah, I'll do a little BRB on the screen. All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Are you ready?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right. Back on the quest to get to where I was before.
Before, like yesterday.
Could be a lot of things. Could be the stream. Could be yesterday. Could be this week. Could be the last 2 weeks. Could be a lot of places I'm trying to get back to. Could be 2 games ago.
Back to where you were at the beginning of the season, which is Jam.
Yeah. Wishful thinking.
I do not like that Ultron skin.
Which one?
So boring.
Which one are you talking about?
I think the one you have on, Madman.
Oh, the Infinity Stones one?
Yeah.
Motherfucker doing replacement matches?
God. The guy that was our Emma last game. He's on the other team.
Which
Who?
hero do you think you
The
want to be today?
Eternus, right?
Oh yeah, Teturnus. Teturnus.
Adam. Was it Adam?
I
I
am
think?
the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
Now, who am I gonna
No, that was a
pick
different
for this
person.
match?
That was the game we lost. European dollar? Huh?
Band Magic? Looking up the next Band Magic, but nope. Oh shit. Why are we banning Magic?
That's just what we're doing now.
It's dumb. Okay.
You'll need a top-notch
Here we
team
are.
to win this one.
Here we go again.
All right.
Why'd you switch to Emma?
Goobin 1.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Bro, what is happening here? What is happening, bro?
Round
Just
one,
say it.
go!
There's nothing I can't fix.
And the
30 seconds
struggle.
before you
Okay.
attack. Get
Oh, let's go. That's how you know we're gonna win.
Hear you're a hard case. Real tough guy.
I don't play favorites, and I don't listen to excuses.
So what, you never cut anyone a break?
Why would I do that?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1!
This is a nice spot.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Got it?
This looks like a gig for the Guardians of the Galaxy. You're welcome. Here's job 1. Capture this area.
Break the wall, break the wall.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
Oh, these keyhole things are dangerous.
Of course, they have a group.
You're welcome.
Would have
Yeah,
loved
we
to ban that group.
didn't ban that motherfucker.
I know. But instead, we want to ban Magic. Guys, remember, there's a hole over here.
I'll patch you up.
Oh, I jumped. I went out.
This is a nice spot.
No, I was thinking the Black Panther would go there. Oh, they have a Black Panther, guys.
Look at that. Look at our squirrel girl go, man. Catch that motherfucker lacking.
You have one thing.
Yeah. Bro, I like how we're using this own Groot's walls against him, bro. Like, how did you not kill Magneto? He was hiding behind your wall. Oh, they got a Wolverine for our one tank? No, bro.
This is real firepower.
Loki did not need to do that.
Well, it scared them off.
Intimidation factor. Everybody gangster until the rocket alt pops.
At this point, yes.
A wise man once said.
They're having more now. Am I crazy or are we missing someone? Oh,
Nope.
Black Panther. Oh, no, he's dead.
Rest in peace. Wakanda forever. Alright, you can't keep dying, bro. I just brought you back. Punisher shoot something in his ult challenge? Oh, okay.
He ulted the wrong. Oh, you fucking out.
Oh, my squirrel girl, bro. Let's go. I'm frozen. I'm frozen. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, we
You have
are.
a blade now? What the fuck are we having a blade for?
Because Black Panther wasn't working clearly, bro.
Dude, we were doing
That
fine
motherfucker
without
think he
him, to
he
be
wouldn't get mind control. I don't know. I don't know why he thought he was gonna get mind control in his ult, bro.
You're CC immune. What do you mean?
He was hiding
Wait,
behind the
what?
point when Emma ulted as
Oh
when
my
Punisher
God,
ult. That's
he doesn't understand he's CC immune. What that means?
you would think in Diamond people would know these kinds of things, but
Dude, I don't play this motherfucker and I know.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
all things considered, Blade is working a lot better. Hiding from damage maybe, but he had C&D alt carpet walk. Yeah, he was free to move, bro. I mean, I guess we got the point, but we could have had like another 30 seconds at least.
Ooh, I'm sorry.
Oh, my beacon is way too far. Sorry about that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just used my thing.
I know. I was trying to ult, but I died so fast.
I didn't realize our thing also had a door there. That's on me.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
That was my first death though, so Wolverine
Same.
out. Wolverine's up.
That was like half our team's first death right there.
That for Blades. Wonder why.
Holy fuck, bro.
You're CC Moon! You're CC Moon! Tell him! Someone tell him! I'm reviving though. I'm
I ulted.
reviving. Why did you? What the fuck?
I was
did
about
you
to
put in there
die. I was in the jet ult. I got spat out. I needed to save myself. But I just put it as soon as I fucking landed. Okay, don't worry about it. Anything is possible.
Now we have a Winter Soldier.
Okay.
You're
He
gonna
got
be a
he
cart princess.
squeezed all the value out of Blade, so now we're on Winter Soldier.
Can Punisher still get swallowed by Jeff
No,
when he's ulting?
I don't think
I
so.
believe so. Oh, you don't think so?
Maybe, but I don't think he can.
I vote.
He is fully immune to everything and all. Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't know that because he keeps backing that fuck away. Dude, you're off point. You're off point.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Time to
You know it's
switch
a.
things
You know
up.
I'm only healing when I have like no final hit or no damage, bro. Jesus.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
We literally have to heal because we have to baby the baby of the team.
Healbot Mad Moon for real, for real. You hate to see it.
Dude, we have two babies on our team.
The DPS.
Yep. Who the fuck else?
Squirrel Girl's the babysitter, bro. Canonically.
Yeah. Canonically, she is. Can you type in chat, hey, Punisher, you are CC immune in your ult to everything. Everything.
I'll let him know. You know you're CC immune.
There's no shooter like me, buddy.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Okay, he stopped to type, but he didn't type anything.
1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Be careful here. You're ready.
Who went
You have an Ultron?
We have a Groot now?
Yeah, it's fucking baby scrubs, bro. It's our Black Panther Blade Winter Soldier. Maybe he was reading and didn't know. Yeah.
He dead?
Groot right side, Groot right side. Holy, bro.
I think our Punisher dead.
Walk forward, walk forward.
Why are we walking forward? Why? This is going to come and shit us on the ass.
Hey, man. Punisher talking, bro. At least he's calling outs now.
So the Punisher's doing the call outs? The one who doesn't even know how to play his own character?
Hey, he's pointing and clicking good enough, bro. There's no need to play outside those doors. Genuinely not, bro. Actually, no, my frontline Squirrel Girl, she can do whatever she wants, bro. She has my heart.
Need to play outside these doors.
She has my heart. She can do whatever she
That's what I'm
wants.
getting. Okay, and I died because of Onk. Thank fucking God for
Great
your
risky maneuvers, dog. There's no way anybody should have lived
come
that.
back, come back! This is why we don't push out there.
This is real firepower. Team play. You're ready for action.
He's in the corner.
Why did we portal?
I don't know.
Whatever.
You're welcome.
I vote.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap. Take the bad guy.
Welcome down, Rocket. Back in effect. They surrendered?
Agreed to surrender?
Oh, wrong one. Lord Skirty diff, bro.
Oh, other people left. Hey, as long as it wasn't baby scrubs.
Bro,
Or
I'm
the
telling
Punisher.
you, the statistics don't lie, bro. Squirrel Girl MVP, we are winning that game. 3 for
Did not get
3.
any points. I didn't get that many points that game.
Yeah, I got 22.
God damn, we're both 69 out of 100.
Jesus.
Nice.
Of all numbers to be at.
69.
Oh my god.
Gotta make sure fucking the Emma from the other team is in a game first.
Well, we kind of want to play against.
Actually, yeah, just let me just avoid his teammate and then start the queue.
Yeah.
I could join and lower it for real, bro. Please, please. I don't want to hear such things.
Yeah, that was Emma we had on our team
Yeah.
3 games ago. Who
The one we
went 8 and
lost.
12. Yeah.
That was our rogue, right? The same person?
Mm-hmm. Was completing our DD, wasn't diving with them.
Yeah. Yep. I've been cooking on Spider-Man, Angela, and Magic after those games. That's not me popping off. Hatsune Miku on the other team? Oh shit, bro.
We fucking
Oh
lost.
no.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Which hero do you think you want to be today? God damn it! I was literally gonna push back the Cyclops because they have a Scotty on their team.
You have a Scotty? No, don't worry. Remember that one game? I had someone on the other team whose name was Scott Summers, and they got Cyclops diffed by our teammate. I don't know if you're in that game.
What are we banning?
Ban Phoenix, yeah.
Miku, like the top 500 player Miku? Bro, I'm in Diamond 2, so probably not. Probably not the top 500 player.
It's
Why
probably Japanese.
Punisher?
Not Brazilian.
Why are we ban Punisher? What the fuck?
They saw they saw Gubin on the last team. They fucking targeted him, bro. Alt account? Yo, what if this is Tricky Joshua's alt account, bro?
Oh no.
Oh, we banned Punisher because
I will cook. Let me Cyclops. Praying the enemy team doesn't let Cyclops through, bro.
I'm just gonna ban Moon Knight.
You don't want to ban Groot? Oh no, we have a Groot. Never mind.
Damn it. Yeah, no, we're not banning Groot. You think I didn't see that? You think I was about to fuck
Because I played with them last match, I was their Cyclops and cooked the other team. Bro, our Cyclopses are having a debate on which ones should be the Cyclops. I'll play Bucky? Okay. Sure, bro. It's like a pro gamer moment all over again. Never mind, they banned it? Oh yeah, they banned Bucky first round, bro. First pick. Oh, Prob playing Blade? Like them or us, bro? Probably them, I guess. Grammatically.
Groot, you better stay on fucking Groot. You better. Oh.
Hello.
I almost lost my shit. I almost lost my shit. Motherfucker. High star.
Alright, guys.
She just took the fattest shit in the entire world.
In my bubble, he doesn't gain
What are you talking about? I went to mom's work.
I was
And
like, wait, why do I need
dropped
to know about
you dropped a
her?
dump there?
65 kills.
Sorry.
No, I went to go.
She went to her mom's job to drop the fattest.
Yeah, I'm not doing it in my toilet, bro. The fuck?
I can also. My mic wasn't working. I can also hold if you need me to.
I bought her cigarettes.
3, 2, 1.
Alright, guys, we got this.
I can hold.
They did not.
They have a Groot? No, they have a Penny? They have a Loki?
What the fuck is that? All I see is Loki's. I turn around and see Loki.
All I see is Loki's.
Loki. Stay in the
Some
bubble,
shit
you
fantasy.
idiot. What the fuck?
What am I saying? That's a lot of shit fantasy.
And it's not even Lady Loki. You know, at least I enjoy the sight I'm seeing.
Yeah, no, 3 normal Loki is just a fucking jump scare nightmare, bro.
Right?
Got a bubble?
You wanna.
Oh, he's gonna fucking Magneto talking, bro.
Bubble trip.
Nice.
That bitch was gonna. Oh, did you hear the left?
I heard it, dude. Oh, that's not where I wanted to put that.
It was a good rocket all. Unfortunately, that tanner did the side hospital.
What happens?
Back up so we don't stagger.
Oh. He came and kicked me!
Amazon!
I really tried to get her.
Oh, sorry. They were
Fuck.
just ult dumping. I'm
Yeah,
like,
no,
we're
no,
not
no, it's
gonna
fine, it's
live
fine, it's
through
fine,
this
it's fine, it's
even
fine, it's
at
fine,
my
it's fine.
ult. Okay, I'm back.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I broke my beacon. Fuck, that was probably a free displacement. Yo, what are these Loki totems? Nobody can shoot these guys behind us? The fuck? What the fucky?
What the fuck you lucky?
Swear to God, there's someone on the side over here, guys. Oh, over here.
Can you handle that? Oh
Nope,
shit.
Not killing them. Can I get some heals? Thank you.
No, I dashed into it like a fucking dumbass.
Either way, it reached. It's too late. It reached the checkpoint.
Like Rook is fucking me like very badly with these walls.
I fucking dashed into it like a dumbass, bro. That was my first death too. Embarrassing.
Dumbass.
My
Honestly,
dude is
bro.
Complaining about the route. Which, yeah, the walls are kind of inconvenient, but you know, he's kind of got to be inconvenient to the other team.
I don't know if it is.
You think it's more inconvenient for us than for them?
I don't know. I, mean, I don't know if it's inconvenient. I don't know if it's inconveniencing them though. That's the thing, you know. I have no evidence of this
What is
phenomenon.
our Magneto doing? Magneto, there's a
We're just standing there, just straight loitering
What?
gameplay.
They were just all behind him, and he did nothing.
This is real firepower!
Can we kill anybody? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, I killed no that thing. Sorry, I ulted because I didn't think we would live. I'll be honest with you.
We weren't gonna live.
Apologies that the tanks aren't doing that great. We're taking a lot of damage.
And we're healing you, you dipshit. And you, what do you mean you're taking a lot of damage? I saw you stand there.
Star-Lord, bro, please
and not
push
care-
up, bro. Star-Lord, bro, get the fuck off the point.
Dude, don't stay with the Star-Lord, please. I need thank you.
I mean, I haven't done this.
Someone's on the side. This is a...
On point.
You good? Oh shit. Yeah, I can't really help you with that. I mean, I can heal you through that, I guess.
I walked right into that.
Oh, you almost pulled a me, dude. Don't pull a me.
Guys.
This is real firepower.
I just okay. They destroyed your ult so quickly.
It's still up though. What are you talking about?
Oh.
What?
I swear to God, it wasn't connected.
Bro, it was fully up.
My apologies, my apologies. I thought they just
Motherfuckers just be saying shit, bro. God damn.
Okay, I have ult. I have ult.
Okay. Go, go, go.
Ah, she got me.
Brother behind us still.
That's why I feel like we are not able to.
In his room.
Loki dead. They're both. Oh, nice.
Well, what's your problem?
You good, bro? What just happened?
Four are dead and you all fucking 2 people with no health. What are you doing?
Why is the mic in his mouth?
I don't know. Maybe he's a stress eater.
I love whenever I put a bubble down, I just see the Groot walk out of or jump out of it. Actually, I see also the Magneto do that. I just see them walk out of it at first. Sometimes they'll go back in, sometimes they won't. And I'm like, why are we
I mean, it takes a second to process. There's a bubble there sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. Especially when you're fighting for your fucking life, dude. Oh,
no,
Emma,
you're
oh,
being choked.
oh.
I'm okay, and I'm being harassed by a DP again.
You could not.
Holy shit, we only have 30 seconds.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, you have ult.
Yeah,
Oh,
I died anyways.
I can't do anything. Where is the...
Not doing that great on the group.
Portal? Portal? Portal?
Oh,
Portal?
this is dropping too late.
What's the fortune at that point?
Okay, guys, we gotta pay on point. Gotta play on point. Oh my god.
No.
Keep me alive for a few seconds.
I'm trying. I don't even know where you are, bro. It's a fucking mess over here. I'm gonna die. Where is that? Where is that? Oh.
It's all around. I'm sorry.
Cyclops, please. Cyclops, get a body, please. No.
Get the Loki. Loki's dead. Loki's dead. Loki's dead. I stay on point. We need to stay on point, remember?
Yeah, don't worry. I'm not leaving this point. Deadpool on point. He's so low, bro. Somebody please kill him. Jesus Christ. I was stopping our motion like a motherfucker. My mouse is stuck on my goddamn... Oh my god, bro. Please not like... Not now. Not now.
Loki's back on point. Loki's on point.
I know he's on point. I don't know where he went, though.
Sorry.
I almost
Why
have a...
were you behind?
This is real firepower.
Kill Jeff, please. Oh my god, bro.
Put down.
Deadpool on point. Oh my god, bro. This guy's so fucking fast.
I'm ulting. I'm ulting. You guys have to stay on point.
Jesus Christ.
Holy shit. That's crazy. We actually made it all the way to the end.
3, 2, 0. Time to
Fuck, I didn't even read the chat. Still no Mega Chameleon, sheesh. Allegedly tomorrow. Allegedly.
Yep.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Also, my friend said they was down for the customs. Yeah, now the real question is are my friends down for a custom?
Oh god.
Holy fuck, dude. I believe in us. Just noticed these guys had matching names.
Ooh.
Paula and the real Paula. Bro's playing with his own alt account, bro. You ever seen those videos of people playing like with keyboard and mouse and controller at the same time?
Yep.
But they're like keyboard and mouse with their feet, bro.
Yep.
And it's like Squirrel Girl gameplay.
Yep. No, do you know about the guy who hates Squirrel Girl, so he decides to prove a point to show how stupidly broken the character
Dual wielding
is?
the roller. I mean, Squirrel Girl is like in the right hands, or I guess in the right feet. You know, what the fuck? You can do anything.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
All right, guys. A Hulk? What is that?
Oh, someone on the side. Someone over here.
Someone's coming around.
For you.
Black Panther, Black Panther, Black Panther.
I knew it. I said someone was there.
Right after bubble.
Iron Fist and Black Panther? Oh shit.
God, we are fucked. Why did I think?
BP with the Hulk team up? Oh hell no.
Go on that side. Or just like
Here, I think.
Holy fuck, he's so fast, bro.
Where's our mate? He's dead.
Like, Black Panther is so fast, if they ever add Quicksilver, bro, I don't even know what the fuck the difference is gonna be.
Where are you?
Me?
Not you, Star-Lord. He's flying around in different directions. I can't. We're all stuck in this corner. It's so dumb.
Black Panther is literally got us backed into a fucking corner. I have ult in like 2 seconds. Oh,
I thought that was your ult.
I got fucking kicked by planting it. I got fucking kicked, bro. Oh my god. That was tough. That was tough. That was so bad. My whole shit.
Was your ult, my dude. I'm sorry.
Nope.
swap off the shield tank.
We need a thing.
They're running melee and dive.
Yeah, we need something to deal with the BP.
Alright, that's up.
We have Emma now.
I'll get you next time.
Oh, you have a thing? Okay. Thing and Emma? Alright, bet.
The world.
No, I didn't even touch
Chief,
the
we're a
bumper,
town
bro.
hall. We're dead. I'm dead. They're burning
I know,
through us so quickly.
their backline is literally fucking blink and I'm dead. Oh, everybody's dead? Great.
Oh, there's a iron fist.
No more? Yeah, we might need that.
What am I now? Hey, your thing's been used, by the way.
My good deed for this. Someone scratch my back. Check out this one. I'll patch you up.
I don't even know what happened to Emma, bro. Holy fuck, bro.
Oh! Heal me, please heal me, please heal me.
I'm trying.
He's still at me. Oh no, that's not him. Is that us?
Yes, that's us. That's us. That's them. Yours is gone. Ours is up still. Okay. Okay.
Team player, that's me.
You stop them in their tracks.
You have a Groot now?
I'm almost out mine. I have mine? Why are we... I would like to go...
Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Ooh, suck my dick, bitch.
You tell him, Roxy.
One's behind.
Oh, I forgot the fucking... It didn't go through the wall.
BP, I'm dead. I'm dead. Okay. No one took care of the BP.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Shit.
Shit.
Staggered.
Who's this guy complaining about now?
He said, do I need to sit all the way back?
Oh.
I would have come to help.
Oh. Just no. He's not complaining. He's not complaining. He's just saying he's gonna sit all the way in the back with the healer. The thing is, we had a DPS with us. He just can't fucking hit shit.
Holy
Oh,
fuck,
shit, I'm
bro.
sorry, I'm
Nah, it's not your fault. I got hit with the VP and I dashed away and I got hit by the group, bro. I'm not gonna have my shit back.
I'm dead.
Oh,
I'm
fuck.
dead.
In the morning, so it's over. You haven't got a kill in like an hour.
Dude, you're just running away. Our Star-Lord can't fucking...
Don't give them another hitch. Or else.
Just let him keep playing... Star-Lord for now. I'm just trying to build up all charge.
It's still... Oh my god, they broke my ult. That's so fast, bro. Jesus Christ.
I'm dead.
Fucking died at 99% total.
Why? Star-Lord.
I'm touching point. I'm gonna die, but I'm ulting.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Yeah.
Ooh. Sorry,
Emma's
the
one.
one.
Kill the sport. No cooldown.
Kill Emma, bro. Kill Emma, bro.
Guys, there's a rocket on point. Rocket on point still.
He's dead.
Oh, he's dead.
Holy fuck.
We win. We win.
Oh my god.
My ult earlier.
Bro, I was on that point, like, just jumping up and down in the fountain for like a good 25 seconds at the end. Holy.
That's crazy.
Look at our stats, bro.
Oh my god, look at our Star-Lord's final hits compared to our cycle. I'm sorry.
Thank you for 9 kills, Star-Lord. Bro, why are you mad at him, bro?
Just leave it alone. Just leave it alone, my dude. It's not worth being that mad over it. Calm down.
No problem. I would be getting
We
counter ulted
actually
every time.
won. We won. That's crazy.
Congrats on the
Almost like you
win.
can swap characters, maybe. Jesus
Oh, no.
Christ, man.
They're fighting.
I suggested 14 times you didn't kill something in 10 minutes. Hatsune Miku says R.I.P. my Elo with this dog team. The real Falla says crazy theory. I know.
Hatsune Miku, dude, you guys were gonna win. Stop complaining. we were dog shit.
Well, why is my Cyclops pressed? No way, he said that in all chat, bro. Who do you think you are, bro?
55,000 healing, goddamn. Oh damn.
Damn, we had more final hits than their Loki / Hulk / Groot. And their Rocket / Rogue / Star-Lord / Penny / Jeff.
They had a Jeff?
At some point, yeah. At the very end of the first round, they had a Jeff.
I didn't realize that Loki had switched off and someone else went healer.
93 out of 100, guys. You know what that means? It means they're about to put me in Platinum 1.
Whoa! Can you cancel the match? Let the people on our team play, and everyone on the enemy team play. Like, you know, let them go through their games. You know, let them.
You want a new set of people, bro?
Yeah, I think it's for the best. Oh, Dalton! Remember Dalton? That was the Luna. When that guy switched to Adam, that was the Luna.
Oh, what game is that?
Okay,
yes.
the Zyron guy was our last game. He was a Star-Lord. Right?
Yo, are you related to that
Baby
guy?
Scrubs?
Are you related to that guy?
Yep. Huh?
Zeron Knox?
Oh, Knox. God damn it. Fuck you.
That's
Fuck you.
Do you know that guy?
I fucking hate you. God damn.
You just don't want to be. You don't want your family to see you in the game. You gotta wait.
Yeah.
Out in public and shit, bro.
For sure.
Can I start it now? I'm gonna start it now.
Yeah. Go ahead.
There's too many people to like try not to avoid. You know.
Yeah. Right. We are Cloak and Dagger. We are Hope and Fear.
Why fear? It's gotta be racist, right?
I don't think it's racist, huh?
You know what I mean?
I'm scared of white people.
Yeah, that's why.
I mean, I'm more scared of white people than black people, bro. If I'm being completely honest with you. I've read a history
White people
textbook.
kill black people the most.
Among many other things.
Well, among other things, you know, I feel like a black person is less likely to kill a brown person as well, you know.
We got Papu Popo on the
Unsent
team.
drafts? Unsent drafts on the other team.
Unsent drafts, bro.
Koi Wolf, Be Lovely.
Lovely, is that a word?
I don't think so.
Beloved, belovely.
It's a word, but belovely is.
No, Koi Wolf. Yeah, we have those in Canada, in Ontario, in my
Yeah,
backyard.
we do. We literally do.
Maybe not in my backyard, but close.
Close enough. No, probably in your backyard, actually.
Like there's coyotes in my backyard. I don't know. I don't know if they got wolf like the
Coyote, yeah.
combination.
The hybrids. Well, if you live near the city, that's where they live.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
I live in a wooded part in the middle of the city.
Now, who am I gonna banish for
Well
this
then,
match?
No tanks.
what do you mean by well then? Who needs a tank when you have 3 DPS?
And 3 healers.
Well, 2 of them are the same.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
I like on the Lord icon, they're like, Cloak, Dagger's just like so happy and shit, and then the other one, she's just like fucking pissed. He's making the same face as Magic, bro. Like, bro, why is my Dagger making the same face as the Queen of Hell, bro, or the Queen of Limbo? What do you need to be that angry for?
Dude, target ban DD. Goddamn. Who else should we ban? You want to ban Phoenix? Knock yourself out. Knock yourself out, good sir. Tanks if they're good
Magic
enough.
better cook though. Magic and DD are tanks if they're good enough. Yeah, facts. I know. Hi.
Pick your hero or villain.
I'm not judging.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
I thought.
What are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Mad Moon?
What? This is better. I have a team up. Trust in our Star-Lord.
You mean like I was supposed to trust in the last Star-Lord?
We won.
We take stuff other people are guarding.
Whether he was like, you know, a,
Can you get that one?
a positive
I wanted
factor.
that one. I wanted that one. No, we have BP now. Goddamn.
You wanted the one on the wall? What?
See the Milano?
Look, it's on the wall again.
Go get it.
Admit it.
I already got one.
This is a universe where you crashed it.
This isn't my first trip through the multiverse, you know.
Oh! Oh, I would have been able to get it. Oh, I just want to see.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Risky.
Got it?
Call me a raccoon. We're gonna have a problem.
Guys, 9 more days till we get the new season of Marvel Rivals, July 10th.
Few things still to Yapping makes sense. I don't remember most of them.
Oh,
And you walked
Penny.
out my bubble.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Oh, Penalty. And then I lock in and play ranked every day until I hit top 500. Exactly, bro. Guys.
Sensen's saying that, right?
Yeah,
Not you.
Sensen's saying that. No, no, not me, bro.
Who's over there?
BP is getting his ass mollywopped. They have a Punisher with a shotgun just walk down our.
Oh my god, yeah, he's killing me. He's killing me.
over the-
Please kill me.
Trying. Okay, guys, I don't have fucking 15 beacons I can just use all the time. You can't keep dying like this. Oh, buddy, climb the wall.
I'm gonna die now.
Good night, bro.
Whoa!
Don't mind me, I'm just dying.
Where did you go back? He went back down.
Oh no! Debated by my own teammates. Oh my god! Guys? Something's not working here.
Wonder what? Oh. The penny went Thor.
Yeah,
Dude, you're a Lord. Is that Lord Thor?
yeah. Level 35.
Oh,
By the eye of Agamotto.
Are you fucking what's happening down there, bro? What did they just ult on? Why did I look? Why did I look? Oh, they ulted on our Emma. I was like, bro, who?
Oh my god!
Guys and gals.
They portal behind us. They portal behind us. They're behind us.
Guys, I think they might be behind you.
This is real firepower.
Oh, that's not good.
There is a Punisher. Oh, it's not Punisher.
Yeah. He dead? He dead? Slow can't be healed when they're vanished, right? I don't think so.
I can. You can heal me. You can still see me, and you can heal me.
I feel like I've tried healing you and it's...
You do heal me.
What?
I don't know if you've actually tried though.
It says no, he can't. Okay. Well, I guess then you answered that question. Oh, I'll try it next time. Somehow we got the point? How?
There's someone in the back.
The back.
Oh my god, I have to...
Nope. Nope. Nope.
There. Nope.
Nope. Fuck.
Punisher. Shotgun Punisher.
Fuck, he got my ass. Thor's gonna die. Oh, Thor lived. Good job, Jorkin Bob. You doing what? You Jorkin what? Animated Bucky versus animated Bucky? Yeah, this is serious, bro.
He's just got excited.
This is exhilarating.
Some healing.
I got my dirty.
Oh hell no!
I don't have all.
I'm dead. Oh my god, he got me from deep range. Okay, it wasn't as far as I thought it was. Never mind. Guys, we need to touch the point. Oh, I don't think that was fast enough for Star Alert to touch it. Oh, it's over, dude. It's over, dude.
So, our Bucky.
Okay, no offense. Jorkin Bob, let him know. Let him know. But rocket isn't working. Wait. No, what the fuck? What the fuck? I can play tank.
Yeah, let him know. Oh, fam.
Nah, what the fuck, bro? I did not see that one coming, bro. Yo, let me play Thor.
If not, I can heal.
Yo, Jorkin, let me play Thor, bro, please. Yeah, that's actually funny as fuck. I did not see that one coming, bro. I did not think that guy was gonna shit on me, bro. What about our 4 and 7 Bucky?
Wait, why did we... Okay, thank you.
Wait,
Okay,
what?
why am I solo healing?
Why is he... Oh,
Why
okay.
am I solo healing?
Wait, what? Why do we have 3 tanks?
I'm not.
No, why do we have 3 supports?
Why do we have...
Alright, guys. Let's communicate a little bit here.
Oh, we're not gonna talk about the 4 and 7 Bucky. Maybe they're on the same team.
Yeah.
4 some what?
Huh?
Man, what the fuck?
Oh my god.
I just saw you on the ground.
Even be. Just
Bro, what the fuck is happening, bro? I'm getting tossed around like a goddamn...
Oh, shitting on us.
I don't even know, bro.
You guys have a good rest of your night.
Okay, you too. Oh my
Good
god.
night. Mad Moon, yo, let him know. Jorkin Rocket Network. Yeah, that shit was so funny, bro. I need to clip that shit.
Oh no, she's stealing my shit. Do I need to alter this? Or
I thought Jorkin Bob was really gonna let him know, bro. He let me know. What the fuck? You want to play DPS, bro? I want you. Actually, whatever. Okay, I'm not even.
Guys, there's one person on point.
worth celebrating.
Portal?
Oh, they're portaling. Portaling.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, get me on this side of the shit, bro. Okay, I'm on the ground. I'm getting my ass cooked up right now. Okay.
God, why did I put down my bubble? Get there, TNT!
TNT is dead. Oh no. I'm dead. They did way too much just there.
Wait, where is she? Invis, where did you go?
Control lost. Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
They're just taking my powers, bro. Oh no.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Oh no, come over here, come over here. Okay. Oh god, I put the bubble in the wrong place, my apologies.
Oh my god, they pulled the fuck out of me, dude. I'm going in.
Start a strange from the side, strange from the side, strange from the
Okay, I'm
side.
coming back. Oh my god.
Oh no, our Punisher died again. Strange from the side, he's gonna try and all.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Behold the god of thunder!
God, I can't do.
Somebody please help me.
Sorry, I'm so far.
Please, God, help me. Somebody.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Guys, get a point! I need to stop yelling. It's no,
Papu Pupo, bro.
what the fuck? But you were the issue, remember? Actually, 7,000 healing. Goddamn. 19. What the fuck? Am I losing 19 points for?
Why you banned DD? Man, really? Okay, what do you mean, man, really, bro? What do you have to say for yourself, bro? Fucking 10 and 11, bro.
Dude, are you a fucking one trick? You literally have champion Bucky. Why can't you play him? Why can't you play him?
If they got hit scan,
Some
need
people
shields.
don't deserve their champion icons.
Brother. Why did we have 3 DPS?
Fighting
and
against
some?
their Punisher? Why is he fighting?
No, he didn't say anything. Their other team is just talking for no reason. But Lovely and LF Toxica are just. Our Punisher asked, "Why did you ban DD?" And they're like, "Man, for the vibes, thought it would be funny." It was. I see y'all two are free. I don't know what the fuck Kagona means, but I'm assuming that's not English. Probably a slur.
I'm assuming they played in the last game with him.
Yeah.
Let's go
They said it was tank diff last game. And Bucky's
Okay,
saying
doesn't
if they got
matter.
hit scanned, we need shields, so he's gonna blame our tanks for that one, I guess.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Bro, Jorkin, man, I thought that guy had my back, bro.
Sure
Said I don't
doesn't,
think
even
a
when-
rocket
he
is
called
working.
you out for being rocket, but then now when it's time to call someone out, he's not calling them out.
Now when my heals are the same as the fucking.
Dude, they were on the same team the last game. They lost. They lost again. They were on the exact same team the last game. Those two, Be Lovely and whoever the.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I am beyond my pitiful creator. I am beyond everyone.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Someone left?
I believe Star.
Yeah, we were clowning that Discord see who left the call feature, but low-key comes in handy sometimes. Oh man. You guys remember when I was Grandmaster?
No.
Me neither, bro. That shit felt like a dream. That never happened.
It was. Well, I want to expand group.
Hello, why are you banning yourself?
What the
Hella-
fuck?
Oh my god.
Why did Hella ban themselves, bro?
You can play Phoenix too.
Team to win this one.
You're a funny guy.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
Bro said I don't even need this.
All right.
Dare the very gates of hell to save Asgard.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Stark. Goldilocks. Even here, at the end of all times, you persist with the nicknames. If I ever call you by name,
They're opening a portal?
good to know.
Keep an eye on this spot. The battle starts
the right.
in 5, 4, 3,
They want to go on the right.
1.
Oh, okay. You know what? I should have seen that one coming.
That's why they said to the right.
Sorry, I said it and then I forgot that I said it.
Nah, your ex is like, I literally just told you to go to the right, and you still walked through the middle.
Yeah, you get that.
Whoopsies.
You get that, man. Huh?
Huh? What's going on back there?
Venom and Magic.
Oh, okay, okay.
Guys, we can go through the main entrance now. We know that, right? They have Black Panther.
You're really just gonna let Magic come in here and dive like that? The fuck are you guys cooking, bro?
Panther also come in here and dive like that.
You guys cooking, bro? Rocket, I'm coming for you, buddy. I don't know if you know this, but you're gonna have to run.
Ooh.
I am ready to put on a show.
Behold the god of Agamotto.
Wait a minute. Oh, she does. I don't know.
Mad Moon, are they opening a portal? Also Mad Moon. Oh, look, a portal. Listen, man, there's a reason there's an ADHD tag in the stream. Motherfuckers be attention deficient.
Oh, Black Panther.
Tremble before blast!
Only 60 seconds left.
Only 60 seconds left. Excuse me?
It's kind of crazy how we have anti-dive, yet I think now we have
Kind of crazy how I'm getting chased by right now. Oh, they portal.
I know, but they use the actual portal too. Oh, there we go. I'm dead. I'm dead. The Black Panther and Venom. That's lovely. Well,
Jesus Christ. Are you portaling?
yep, they're portaling. They're portaling.
Go, 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 go,
I don't
go, go.
have all yet, but I'm gonna try and go. Oh my god, I'm dying. Come on, 96, 98.
Holy
I'm all
fuck,
day.
bro.
Oh, I died.
You died?
Yes.
Oh no.
On me.
Oh no. Please, God, no. Not like this. Not like this. If our fucking stupid ass Thor didn't die at the beginning of the game, we would have won this.
2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Are you talking about yourself like that?
No.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I am the god of thunder and the
Oh,
mightiest avenger.
Don't talk about yourself like that, okay?
Oh man, I could have been
They
8-3.
I don't know thing, but I can switch.
That would have
Seems
been nice.
The VP is kind of tearing us up.
Yeah,
Bro, you
yeah.
guys are just not doing anything to help. Like, I'm
I
freezing
can't
them,
really catch
I'm stunning them, I'm marking them, and nobody is doing anything.
I can't really catch them.
As guardians,
They're
never
much
shrink
faster than
from
I am.
battles or feasts.
Okay, no more got us, right? Surely.
No, we had a no more last game. He didn't
Yeah,
come
but
get us.
this time he got us. No more, you got BP handled, right?
Is this the start of our lost streak?
A streak
No.
implies that this stream is continuing if we lose.
We should have ended it.
No, I was one fucking win away from getting back into Diamond 1, bro. I can't end like that. Then you can't end on
Yeah, I was one win away as well, but then that's
yeah, 2 losses isn't a loss streak. We can call it there.
the VP on the side.
Magic said.
Gonna come from around.
So basically what I need you guys to do is do they have a rocket or something, bro? Oh my god, no, they have a rocket now. I was like, I swear I just killed Magic, bro. You can't be back this fast. That's tough.
Come on. Fuck.
Man. Sometimes you play this game and you feel like a single mother, bro.
What does that mean?
Bro, why am I like 1v3ing on the point and I don't even know where my team is, bro? I'm like, yo,
Dude, the rest of us
can you
in the
guys
back dealing with
you
the
guys
VP
tell
and the
mom where you
Venom.
guys are at
And the
least, bro? I'm
Magic.
worried.
And the Magic. Because we have no one who can go the thing, you know?
We don't even need the thing. We just need Namor to like hit one shot at one time.
You're asking our 10 and 7 Namor. What about our 7 and 6 Bucky?
Well, wasn't that
What battle can continue
You want to talk about that, motherfucker?
You know what? I think we need to be honest, bro. I don't think Rocket is working, guys.
Venom.
How you're so fast, bro. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, man. All right, breathe, everybody, breathe.
For me, although.
Why don't you stand in a better spot then? You stand like right there.
Oh, I could fall off. I'm gonna ult this way.
To put on a show.
That's their Luna, right?
Yeah.
That's their Luna?
Yeah.
Also, there's a res beacon right here. I'm dead. I'm dead. Luna, you have ult? Luna? Oh,
There we go.
yes, Luna. That's what we need. I destroyed the res beacon in my while I was ulting. That's why. So no one can come back alive. Oh, Black Panther. Venom. Behind, Black Panther behind.
That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
I'm putting a fucking masterclass right now.
What the fuck was that no more? I'm about to die. I'm about to die. Where's our Luna?
I'm dead. It's over. No, my god, bro. Oh. Rage portal, please.
No.
Bro, did you see the fucking things I was doing at the end of the game, bro? Oh my god.
Dude, I don't know where the Luna was. She didn't come back when she died the first time.
Bro, I had a pentakill and then they portaled, bro. Like, oh my god. Almost a penta, I guess. Bro.
Luna, what are these fucking stats? I lost 20 points there.
They were Luna that whole game? And they only have 12,000 healing?
Yep, because they were... Don't you see their damage? What are you talking about? Look at their damage.
Damn, bro. I was fighting for my fucking life, bro. 12k healing, brother? Yeah, you tell him, Strange. You tell him, bro. RIP. Yes. Oh, I said info. Whoopsies. Yes, Luna. Where I was there fighting for my goddamn life on these streets, bro. I need to watch my highlight again, bro. I was like zoned out while this was happening. Genuine belt to ass. Rest in peace, Rocket. Holy dude. Rest in peace, Luna. Oh. Venom? Venom next? No. Rogue next? Rogue, rest in peace, Rogue. Rest in peace, Magic. Venom's dead. They portaled, bro. I'm still here fighting for my fucking life. Oh my god. Alright, I think we're gonna end it there. 55 out of 100.
Ending on that loss. Goddamn.
Yeah, I don't want to have 3 losses. And I didn't. And honestly, I didn't lose as much as that other game we lost with fucking Wag Money, Mo, and bum ass Emma.
How many games did we play?
I
I just want to know our win to loss ratio.
6, 7, 8 games.
8 games and we won 5, lost 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Dude, why is it it's always the game? It's always the game. It's always the game right before I rank up. And then
Bro, I was at 93 out of 100 on Diamond 2.
I was at 95. I was at
It was a game before we ranked up every time, dude. It's the freaking
I was at 95.
the Guang Guang agents, dude.
Oh, 95. I'm so close to getting Diamond 2 so many times. It just won't let me. This game's like, nah, you ain't getting Diamond 2, bitch. You suck. You suck. Stay out of Diamond 2, you dumb bitch.
Yeah, I feel like the games that are like the rank up game to the next tier is like significantly easier than like the first game in that rank.
The
It's
first game in the rank?
Like if like once you're Diamond 1, the first game you play in Diamond 1 is gonna be so much easier than the game you just played to get out of Diamond 2.
Oh, to get out of, you mean Diamond 2? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because
No,
when
I agree.
When I got into Grandmaster, I played like the easiest game of my life after struggling for like 10 games straight just to get to that point. I'm like, damn, bro.
I'm just sad. I'm just sad, my dude.
Alright, well, GG's.
GG's, I guess.